All right, y'all. So we are back. This is part 2 of today, of Saturday, October 30th's cover of our coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. So we are there. We are physically there in Houston, but I am doing a little bit of virtual coverage of the booth from our studio here in Baton Rouge. So do not make sure that you go ahead and like us on social media in case you have not done that just yet. And we will, we're going to be posting all of this coverage. It'll be available to rewatch once we go off the air. I am getting in touch with our folks over in Houston, and we are going to get them up here very soon. Let's see. Yes. So we are going to get them up very, very soon. We've got Jerry Granada coming up in just a minute. And quick change of plans, actually. I did want to point this out. We are going to be changing Jerry's demo. So if you look at the schedule on our website, Jerry was supposed to be doing another long arm quilting demo, but demand was just too high for those dream quilters, y'all. We have sold out of dream quilters. So instead of doing another demo on the dream quilters, we are going to be talking a little bit more about the Stellaire and free motion quilting and my design center with the Stellaire. I know we had some folks in the chat asking for a little bit more information about the Stellaire, so you're in luck. We are going to be doing a very quick on-the-fly demo of the My Design Center features in with the brothers Stellaire and free motion quilting, if that is something you guys have not tried out, or if it's something you want to learn a little bit more about, you've come to the right place. So we're going to be doing that today instead. Please let us know, sign off in the chat or sound off and let us know where you're watching from. I'm seeing a bunch of folks who have already joined us this morning coming back to the stream. So I'm very happy that you all found the link and you're back. If you had trouble finding this link, definitely make sure that you have us liked on Facebook and you're subscribed to us on YouTube if you have a YouTube account. Make sure that you have notifications turned on for both of these as well, because you will get push notifications every single time we go live. So I don't want you to miss that, just in case. I have been dropping links in the chat, but I know they might be a little bit more difficult to find for some people. So make sure that you've got notifications turned on whatever platform you are watching this on, because that will notify you probably better than I ever could about any time that we go live. So guys, before we get started with Jerry, we are setting the stage up right now in Houston for Jerry Granada. I wanted to let you guys know, and I mentioned this earlier, we are giving away, yes, you heard that right, giving away a Brother BQ 950. Yes, we are. I'm going to say that one more time. I know you cannot believe your ears. I couldn't believe it either when I was told we were doing this. We are giving away a BQ 950. Now that BQ 950 is another model in the Brother Quilt Club collection. This is an incredible sewing and quilting machine. It has an extension table. It's got a bunch of different buttonhole options. Y'all, we are giving this machine away. Giving it away. Okay. So there are 2 different ways that you can join. You can participate in this giveaway. I'm sure, I know we talked a little bit about this today, but earlier today, but we are going to be, let me put this up on the screen for you. There are 2 ways to enter. One is the form that we have on our website. It is a form that all you need to do is just fill it out. That's it. You don't have to do anything else. Nothing crazy. We're going to put that link for you in the chat right now, actually. And the other way that you can participate in this giveaway is you can text the number that is scrolling across the bottom of the screen right now. So you can text giveaway to that number, and that will enter you into the giveaway for this BQ 950. So we have the link to the form down there in the chat. If you can see that, I think it's here if you're watching on YouTube, and it's down here if you're on Facebook. We have a link down there for the BQ 950 giveaway. So sign up, fill that out. Or if you want to, you can text giveaway to this 225 number. It is 225-330-7441. Again, one more time in case you're just listening and not watching. It is 225-330-7441. Okay, text giveaway, all one word, giveaway, to that number, and that will enter you into our drawing for this BQ 950. BQ 950 is an absolutely incredible machine. I am jealous I cannot enter into this myself because I think it is just an awesome machine. But coming up, we're going to have another demonstration of another Brother machine. And for those of you who are just joining us, welcome back. A slight change in our schedule. You guys loved the Dream Quilter so much that we're actually sold out. The Dream Quilter is awesome, so I don't blame you, but we are sold out of that machine. So what we are going to do instead of Jerry's demo for long arm quilting, we're going to talk a little bit about it different. We're going to pivot a bit. And so today, instead, we are going to be doing free motion and on the Stellaire, on the Brother Stellaire, the machine that Jerry demonstrated for us earlier. We're going to be doing free motion quilting on that, and a little bit, we'll be messing a little bit with my design center on the Stellaire. So if you guys were looking for any sort of Stellaire instruction and help, then this is going to be the tutorial or the demonstration for you. So hopefully that helps you out. But let's, I don't know why I got rid of the schedule. I wanted to pull it up one more time. After Jerry, we're going to have Ann Moore come up and do some awesome Sew Steady Westalee ruler work. So get excited for that. After that, we're going to have another demo from Wendy Chow on the BQ 3100, the newest addition to Brothers Quilt Club collection. And then Cindy Hogan's going to be back and going to be talking about the ScanNCut and BES software. After Cindy, we're going to have Power Tools with Thread. Becky Thompson, she's going to be here talking about Simply Applique. And then after that, if you missed Angela Wolf this morning, you will get another chance to watch her demonstrate on the XP2. So I do not want you to miss that. Stay tuned. Hang out with us for a little bit. Grab a snack, grab a drink. It's Saturday. Make yourself some tea, make yourself some coffee. I don't know. Sit down, chill out, grab some popcorn. We have a fantastic rest of the day for you, and we still have about 4.5 hours of coverage for today left. Now, remember, guys, this is the last day that you can catch Angela Wolf at our booth. So if you missed Angela, make sure you're tuning in at 5 for her. Is it 5? Wait, yeah, I said that right. Okay, never mind. I said that right. So make sure you're tuning in at 5 for Angela. Or if you would like to see her demonstrations from yesterday, you can go ahead and watch both videos, both part 1 and part 2 of Friday's coverage over on our Facebook and our YouTube channel. Those videos are already up for replay. So if there's anything that you missed that you want to see, you can check those out. Same thing with Thursday and same thing with Wednesday. You can go ahead and check out all of that footage over on our Facebook and our YouTube. And now make sure that you are subscribed over there. Make sure that you are liking us on Facebook. Make sure that you are subscribing to our YouTube channel, and make sure you've got notifications turned on for both of those, because that is how you're going to get push notifications every single time we go live. And if you're new around these parts, we go live pretty often. We don't just do the Quilt Festival. We also do a weekly show that I host called the AllBrands Show. So we host that every Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Central, both on Facebook and on YouTube. So make sure that you've got notifications turned on so you can get notified every time we go live. Actually, this Thursday, we will be having a really awesome show. So I'm excited for you all to see that. But without further ado, Jerry is ready. So let's go ahead and pop on over to the booth in Houston.
Thank you, Callie, so much. Hi, everybody. How are we all doing? Well, hi. Welcome to the International Quilt Festival. Is this your first quilt festival? No, mine either. Mine either. I love it. I love being here. What I'm going to do today, I was supposed to do long arm quilting today, but we have sold them all. Isn't that a wonderful thing? Wonderful. Yes. Welcome to Houston, and any quilt show where you got to get in early if you want to get the machines. And AllBrands is definitely going through their machines, which is wonderful. And we thank all of you for that. My name is Jerry Granata. I am a brother educator. I'm from Palm Springs, California. So today, instead of long arm quilting, I wanted to show you the real star of the show, the Stellaire XJ1. Now, this is a combination sewing and embroidery machine. Brother has brilliantly taken this machine and split it into two. So they have the XJ1, which is the sewing and embroidery combination. They also have the XE1, which is embroidery only. So it has some of the same great features, just without sewing on it. So if you have a sewing machine you absolutely love and adore, this may be a solution for you, is to go with the XE1, which is a beautiful embroidery machine. Hi. So instead of long arm quilting, I decided to break out the Stillaire, and I'm going to call this a lesson in extremes. And what I mean by that is I'm going to show you just how miraculously and marvelously this machine can go from embroidery to sewing in extremes very easily and simply. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you one of my favorite features on this machine, which is my design center. This is where you can go in and you can take a coloring book page or something like that, and you can take a picture of it in your hoop, and it will wirelessly send over to your machine. Now, how are you going to take a picture of that? So what you're going to have, hopefully you can see, can you see my screen? There we go. So you have an app that you're going to download onto your mobile device, and it is called My Design Snap. This is either Android or Apple, either one. You can use a tablet, you can use a phone, you can use a separate device like an iPod. You're going to download the app. It's free. And what this does is this works in conjunction with the hoop. So there are registration marks on the hoop that will be read by the app, and that's how you're going to take a picture. So today, instead of, I'm going to do something extreme, something a little bit different. So instead of a picture, I'm going to show you how you can take a picture of fabric and turn that into embroidery stitches. So how many would identify as a quilter? Would you say that you're quilters? Okay, so your ears should perk up for this because you're going to want to listen. How many times, and I do it, we do it all the time. We have a project that we're working on. You go to your stash, you have 300,000 pieces of fabric, and you can't find the one that you need, right? Usually that's my excuse to go shopping. But in this case, let's just say you don't have the right fabric and you can't go shopping. So what you're going to do is you're going to go to your stash and you're going to find something that is close to what you want, and you're going to embroider that onto your hoop, and you're going to use that fabric as your squares, your triangles, and you're going to create a quilt. Now think of this as a quilt. How beautiful would it be to have these embroidered patches throughout your quilt? It would be textural, it would be almost three-dimensional, it would be lovely. How do we create this in the hoop? Okay, the first thing I'm going to show you is a sample. Can you see my sample here? It might be easier to show you here. This is a little dress that I have, and if you look at the bodice, it's embroidered. And I embroidered it on the same white crepeback satin that's on the collar. And this is textural, so this is all embroidered fabric. So what I did is I took a piece of the striped fabric that's in the dress, and I placed that in my hoop. So notice that I am just placing it in my hoop. Nothing fancy. Okay. Nothing fancy at all. I'm just placing it in here because all I need is a picture. So I will put this in my machine. Once I have done that, I will take my app and I will use that app to take a picture of the fabric. It will then wirelessly send to my machine as long as the mobile device and my machine are on the same network. Makes sense, right? Because they have to talk to each other. So you'll take a picture, it'll wirelessly send over, and let's go see where that is found. We're going to go to My Design Center, and we're going to go to Image. And remember, I brought that in wirelessly, so I'm going to touch the wireless icon. And I'm going to go look for my file that has the fabric in it. Now, you could download a bunch of different files. In my case, I just have 3. And if you notice in my previous screen, you can see my fabric. So right now, it's just a picture. Nothing's happened to it yet. I have to do something. I'm going to set it. And now I'm going to, much like a photo editing program, I'm going to crop the image so that I just capture the fabric. There we go. So I just a little square. I mean, you can make this as wide as you want, as long as you have the image. So now I'm going to touch OK. Now this is going to take just a minute, but what it's doing is it is converting this image through the machine to embroidery stitches. So this is why I say, quilters, if you don't have a fabric that's exactly what you want, find something that's close. Even if you want to use a stripe, almost everybody has a stripe in their stash somehow. You don't even have to have the exact same colors, because remember, you can change your colors through the embroidery thread. So just find a stripe and you can do the same thing. So you're just going to take a picture, bring it in, crop it so that you get the precise amount of image that you want, and let the machine do all the work. So as you can see, it's digitizing, and there we have it. We're going to set this, and I'm going to go to next. I'm going to preview this so that I can see exactly what it looks like. And that looks nice to me. So here is my fabric, and it is now embroidery stitches. How do I know that? If you look at the right side of my screen, there's all the colors. These are all the colors that are used. There's going to be six steps to this. So that tells me that's, isn't that, I think that's fascinating, right? I've just taken a piece of fabric and I've now used it as an image to convert to embroidery stitches. I didn't do anything. All I did was took a picture. The machine did all the work. Isn't that marvelous? So now what I have to do is set it. And now I'm in embroidery. Now I am free to choose a hoop size, and I can edit this. I can make this bigger. I can rotate it. Maybe I don't want it in that direction in the hoop. I want it that direction. So now what I did is I filled an entire hoop of this fabric. I took my bodice pattern, laid it on my embroidered fabric, cut out the pattern, and so the bodice is an exact representation of the striped fabric. Isn't that cool? So think about this too. Again, quilters, even if you had something that you wanted to use in your project, you could still fill an entire hoop of that and use that for your squares, your triangles, things like that. And again, you'd have these embroidered pieces throughout your quilt. Isn't that incredible? So think of this a step farther. You have a log cabin quilt that you're making. And traditionally, in the log cabin, you have the center square is red. And that represents the hearth and the home. Well, how cool would it be to take like a textural fabric, take a picture of it, convert that to embroidery stitches, cut out those squares, and now the red square of all of your log cabin are embroidered fabric that you created yourself. Isn't that amazing? You would amaze your family and friends, trust me. Where'd you get that fabric? I made it myself. So again, I said this is a demo of extremes. So now I'm going to do some free motion quilting because that's my specialty. That's what I love to do. I'm going from embroidery to free motion quilting. That's about as extreme as you can get, right? So all I have to do is just get out of here, go into my sewing, and it's telling me this arm is going to move. Notice I do not have to remove my embroidery arm. I can sew with my embroidery arm on. And it now supports my project, acts as a table. The arm kind of holds my larger projects. But look at my screen. I'm in my sewing screen. So just like that, I went from embroidery to sewing. And again, I didn't have to take off my embroidery module. But look at the size of this screen. Have you ever seen a beautiful sewing screen this large? It's wonderful. So let's talk about the sewing side of this machine just a little bit. So here you have all of your stitches. Brother, in its wonderful ease of use, shows you even, excuse me, which foot to use with that particular stitch. Now I'm going to go over to my character and decorative side, and I'll go back to this. So fear not. Notice it's a different foot. This is my end foot that would be used for character and decorative stitching. So even if you're not sure, the machine will tell you which one to use. So I'm going to go back to my utility stitch. And let's talk about this just a little bit. So you have 5 categories and a Q category. Q is for quilting. When I touch the Q category, these are all the stitches that are going to be used for quilting or specialty to quilting. Notice there's a little P by some of them. That's for piecing. So if I have my general sewing foot on and I touch Q-02, my needle jumps over to the right, and I can then use the side of my presser foot to make a beautiful 1/4 of an inch. I don't have to purchase a 1/4 of an inch foot. You can if you want to. Maybe that's what you like to do. Awesome. But if you don't want to do that, you can use your regular foot as a piecing foot. And notice down here on the length, it's 2.0 millimeters. It traditionally, the machine defaults at 2.5, but it has tightened the stitch for quilting. So it, again, did this all by itself. You didn't have to touch anything except choose a stitch. There's also a hand quilting stitch, that, kind of a hand look quilting stitch that you could use as well. Here's your blanket stitches, your zigzag stitches, and all of those stitches are available to you. There's also buttonholes. This machine will sew directionally. It will sew diagonally, left and right, up and down. It will sew left and right. The feed dogs actually move. Have you heard of a machine that will sew left and right before? It does. Again, after the demo, if you want to come back to where the Stellaire is, I can show you this. It's absolutely amazing. But today I'm going to show free motion quilting. So where is that located? Let's go back to utility stitch. I've chosen 1-03. I'm going to put my needle right in the middle. And do you see this? Thank you. That always happens when I wear the tight shirt. I don't know why. Anyway, let's look at the upper right-hand corner. It looks like a telephone with a telephone cord, right? That is your free motion area. And so to transfer this machine to free motion, all I have to do is touch that button. The machine has lowered the feed dogs automatically. I don't have to look for a button in the back. I don't have to take off my table and look for that magical button that's going to drop my feed dogs. Did it automatically. But what I want to draw your attention to is look at my tension. I still have manual control. So I'm not bound by what the machine chose. I can choose for me. So with a poly, I'm usually going to go up just a couple little notches there. When I'm working with a metallic, I'm going to drop my tension a little bit, because remember, metallics, you don't want to have high tension on your metallics. You want it to be nice and loose. And on a brother machine, just so you are clear in your head where you're at, brother has ingeniously chosen a black box. That's the default. So when you see that black box around the number, that's the machine setting. Again, you're free to go up and down, choose whatever you want. But if you want to get back to that default setting, all you have to do is get back to that black box. So I'm using a poly, so I'm going to raise my stitch up to about, tension up to about a 5. Now with free motion quilting, again, this is a demo, so I'm not going to give a lesson here, but does anyone do free motion quilting on their domestic machine? Does anyone here do that? I love it. It's my specialty. It's wonderful. So one trick that I like to tell people when they're using a machine is, especially a brother machine, when you are doing your bobbin, do not cut your thread. Leave a very long thread tail. Can you see the bed of my machine, or is it on the screen? It's on the screen? Okay. Robert, can we switch over to the bed of my machine? Can you see this at all? So anyway, I've left a long thread tail here. I'm not cutting the thread. I'm going to replace the bobbin cover. And there's a method to my madness. There's a reason why I do this. So if I were to cut that bobbin thread short, I wouldn't have much of a tail once I bring my bobbin thread up, right? And I need to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is drop my needle, raise it up, and I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread. So it's a little hard to see because it's white, but there's a loop of bobbin thread. And since I've left a long thread tail, I can very easily pull that up now. And there we go. So I'm ready to go. So all I'm going to do is drop my needle back to where my bobbin came up, and I'm ready to start. Now, here's another tip. Before you start going, just take a moment. Take a breath. Think about where you are going, where you want to go. Think about the pattern that you want to choose. And then you can start quilting. Too many people just jump right in and their stitches aren't quite right. Another tip I like to give is have some, if you are working on your free motion, have just some inexpensive fabric that you don't care if you mess it up. It's just practice. Have some quilt sandwiches, just some small ones like the size I have here. This is probably 12 by 12. Just have those by your machine to practice on. I advise you not to practice on your project that you're going to you're going to work on, because trust me, nobody hates ripping out stitches more than I do. I do not like it. I don't know anyone that does, but I try very hard to plan out my stuff before I do. Also, you know, we're all busy. We all have stuff that we do. We have stress from the day. And when you sit down to free motion quilt, you want to be relaxed. You want to be calm. So before, Robert, can I get the camera on the bed of my machine, please? So before you start quilting, just take a breath. Just sit there for a minute, think about what you want to do, and just calm down and relax. And I also suggest that you just do about a 10-minute practice session before you go to your project to get all of that tension out into your practice pieces. Now, I have just another tip. I have a lot of practice pieces in my house because I'm always, you know, warming up or just trying different patterns. And I have a lot of these. So I will piece these together, and you will too as you practice. I piece these together and make pet beds for my local shelter. They love them. They will accept them. Of course, the pets think, you know, they're kings and queens because they get to lay on these beautiful beds that you've created. But it's sort of giving back to your community as well. So, okay, free motion quilting. So I have raised my bobbin thread, and my needle thread is right there. I've got my needle in, so it's not moving. My quilt is not moving. I'm taking a breath, thinking about what I'm going to do. And now there is a speed that you are going to find, and you're going to find that symbiotic relationship with your machine. There's a speed of your machine and the speed that you move your hands. Those two are going to work in relation. Now, everyone is completely different. Some people like to quilt fast. Some people like to quilt slow. In practice, you're going to learn the speed that you're going to set your machine and the speed you're going to move your hands. Those are going to work relation. And trust me, it's there, but you have to practice it and find out. If it feels it's too fast and you're out of control, then either slow down your hands or slow down your machine. If you're like, oh, this is way too slow, then speed up just a little bit. Does that make sense? Okay. So trust me, it's there, and everyone is different. I can't tell you what that setting is. You have to practice. So now you're ready to start. So in my case, I'm using my stop-start button because I don't have my presser foot. You can use either, and just find that setting that you like. And so all you're going to do is just think about it, and you're going to start. Now in free motion, you are creating the stitch length, and you are creating the design. So in my case, I'm just doing some real easy feathers. And I have found the speed that works for me. See, this feels very comfortable to me. And honestly, some days I want to quilt faster. Some days I want to quilt slower. It's completely up to you. And you just want to slowly move your quilt around. Notice that I have my hands in kind of a diamond shape. I'm only concerned with what is happening right here. A lot of people say, well, where do I put the rest of my quilt? Well, you're just going to puddle that kind of around. You're only worried about what's going on here. So don't worry about the rest of your quilt just yet. But I want to show you just how beautifully this machine is free motion quilting. And I'm sure you can hardly hear this. This machine is so quiet. And you're just going to do some practice. So again, these are not built-in patterns. I'm creating the pattern, and I'm creating the stitch length based on the speed that I'm going. Some people like smaller stitches. Some people like wider stitches. That's completely up to you. But whatever you throw at this machine, it is going to do it beautifully. To me, this is very calming. This is this is my Zen moment. This is where I can just relax and do my quilting. And there you go. And there's just some easy free motion quilting. So I've gone to extremes here. I have taken a picture of some fabric and turned that into embroidery thread. And just like that, I'm in free motion quilting. It just can't get any more extreme on my machine than that. But notice how this machine did so beautifully. And now maybe I'm ready to stop quilting because I have some embroidery that I need to do. So I'm going to take my project off, go into embroidery, my arm will move back, and look how quickly I'm back into embroidery, just like that. So this is the Stellaire Innovus XJ1. It is the beautiful machine by Brother. Again, I'm Jerry Granata. I'm from Palm Springs. I am a Brother educator. I would love to talk to you more about the Stellaire or any of the other Brother lines and other machines in the line. If you do want to chat with me, and I hope you do, I'm going to be right behind this pillar right here behind me. That's where the Stellaire's home is for now. If you want to talk about the Stellaire or any other machine, I'd love to chat with you. So thank you so much for your time. I absolutely appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
And thank you, Jerry, for a fantastic demonstration on the XJ1. Guys, isn't the XJ1 awesome? I really love that machine. Now, we are running some really incredible specials on the XJ1 and the XE1. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the flyer that we have for all of our Brother machine specials. Now, this is what we've got. I'm also going to drop this down in the chat below so you can all see and follow along with me. So this is, I just sent you, or I sent all of you the link to this flyer that's over on our website. If you go to allbrands.com/quiltfest, it's over. It's the first button on that page too, the one that says click here to view all Quilt Fest bundles. And again, that is allbrands.com/quiltfest. So in case you haven't gone over there yet, take a look. Pay us a visit, pay our site a visit. Now, this is the XE1 and the XJ1. The main difference between these two is that the XJ1 is sewing, quilting, and embroidery, and the XE1 is embroidery only. Now, we have a few things that we are going to be throwing in with the purchase of either of these machines for the Quilt Festival. Now, we are throwing in the rolling bag set. We are throwing in 400 embroidery designs, an iPod Touch, so you can use that My Design Center the app on your machine, so you can just have the app on your iPod. We give you a dedicated device essentially for that. So we have that. We are also throwing in a 24 color thread kit, our regular manufacturer warranty with everything. Manufacturer warranty, we're also offering free shipping and in-store instruction at all brands locations if you are nearby. Now, guys, I know some folks earlier today had some issues getting through to our customer service representatives. The phones are on. So if you are interested in one of these machines and you would like to order this, you would like to pick one of these up, even if you're not in Houston, please call 1-800-739-7374. This is the lowest price we are offering this machine, the best financing you are going to see all year. We have 60-month 0% APR financing on this machine. That is the best you are going to get it all year. So I absolutely recommend calling the number for more information. And just to sweeten the deal a little bit, you can also purchase these bundles for the XJ1 and the XE1. Now, I think I could be wrong on this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can purchase these bundles individually by themselves. You can purchase the XJ1 and the XE1 bundles by themselves if you already have one of these machines. And let's go ahead and bring in, I see Angela over here. Let's go chat with Angela really quickly.
Hi,
Angela. I just saw you I just saw you backstage. How are you?
I hacked the camera again. I had to come and say hi, and I see everybody rolling in here. I don't know what's more fun, being here in person or online or doing both.
We're having a great time over here. We are just cutting up in the chat.
Hey, Wolfpack. Nice to see you. So, by the way, the Luminaire, I've been over there playing on that. We're embroidering the Mickey, and it's huge. I'll bring it over to you before the end of the day, but it's really, really cute. Who doesn't love Disney?
Right. Oh gosh, y'all. And the XP2, we have an incredible bundle. We are throwing in so much. I want to say it's like $6,300 of added stuff that we are just going to be throwing in with the XP2. You're getting the new ScanNCut if you purchase an XP2 during the festival. So you can use that,
which is amazing.
Feature.
And guess what? That is like a loan, but that's just one thing.
So good.
Are you allowed to tell everything?
That's just one of the 14 things we are throwing in with this machine here. Let me pull up our flyer for you so you can see it. This is what we are throwing in with the XP2. So we're throwing in that rebate for PE Design 11, that ScanNCut, so you can use the My Connection feature to talk with your Luminaire and your ScanNCut, do some cool applique with that, whatever, the sky's the limit. That, the 4-piece luggage set, and you can get Angela in the box. We're throwing in Angela Wilkes Masterclass for the XP2.
I pop out of the box.
Yes, exactly.
I think there's we were counting yesterday. I think there's over 24 lessons, over 20 hours of, actually, I think it's more like 40 hours of lessons, from turning on the machine all the way to some great projects. So,
Everything.
Oh, hey, Mary Ellen, I see like everybody rolling in. You ladies and gentlemen have been here all day. That's amazing.
So many people have been hanging. It's been like, we're almost at about 5 hours of footage, and y'all have just been hanging out with us the entire day. Honestly, the entire weekend. I'm seeing so many of the same faces. So it's really great that you guys are hanging out with us.
Oh my gosh, that's great. Oh, Connie wants to know what's the difference between the XP2 and the Stellaire. So Connie, big difference. The XP2 has a projector. So you've probably seen us use that on the Brother Show, but the projector will show like where your exact embroidery placement, and the projector will show as far as for sewing. I don't know if you watched my live show earlier, but I'll have another one at 5 p.m. today, and they'll be broadcasting it, and I'll show those again. But the projector's the biggest difference. There's a few others too, but that's the big one.
Yes, it's so great. And, with the XP2, you don't need an iPod or a phone to scan anything in. It has a scanner built in to the machine. So it can
That's another
scan
big difference.
designs. It's so great. Oh, it's so useful. I think those two alone are really worth it for the XP2. It is really a game changer. But still, we got to show some love to the Stellaire. It's still an incredible machine. And if you do get the Stellaire during the festival, we are throwing in that 32 gigabyte iPod Touch. So you have a device already for the app. Everything else, we're throwing in so much more, but that's just one of the big things that we are tossing in with the Stellaire. So don't worry about, needing another device. We're going to have one for you. So you are in good shape. But yeah, Connie, I hope that clarifies.
All right, Callie, I'm leaving because I snagged to come and say hi to everyone. I just can't resist. So I'm going to take myself out for a minute, and we'll be back shortly with So Steady.
Yes. All right. So guys, yes, we are throwing in, we are going to be having and more come up here after this. So this is what our schedule looks like for the rest of the day. You just heard from Jerry Granada. He did a demo on free motion quilting with the Stellaire XJ1. Now we are going to be talking with Ann Moore, and we are going to be doing some cool So Steady ruler work with your amazing So Steady Westalee ruler templates. They are just so awesome. I love them so much. So there's that. And then after that, if you missed the demo that Wendy Chow did earlier today on the BQ 3100, you can catch another one of those demos coming up at 3:30 p.m. Central. All these times are in Central Time because that is where we're located. So then after that, Cindy Hogan. After that, we've got Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread doing another Simply Applique demonstration. And then Angela again at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. is the last time slot you will be able to catch Angela at our booth this weekend. So be sure to tune in for that. Set an alarm. I don't know, do whatever you got to do to make sure that you do not miss Angela's XP2 demo. And then after that, we've got Coleen Swettman. And then we are finishing off the day with 2 virtual demos. We have one from Reen Wilcoxson of Embroidery Garden. She is showing us how to make this awesome sewing machine mat to put underneath your machine. And then we are also going to have another demonstration with Heather Banks. We are going to be talking about the SE 1900, which brings me to a very important point. That important point is, guys, we are going to do, we're doing a mask decorating contest. So decorate a mask, a CDC approved mask, one made of like a cotton or any other CDC approved materials. Decorate it fall or Halloween themed. And we are going to, you can go ahead and submit that on our website at allbrands.com/mask. Let me put that down here. Put it over there, submit it at this website, at this link, and then there will be a gallery with your entry and everyone else's. Then everyone can vote on their favorites. On November 3rd, voting and entries are going to close. And then the person with the most votes is going to win a Brother SE 1900 sewing and embroidery machine and some other stuff. But that is already we're going to toss in $1,000 in prices or in prizes for you. So without further ado, let me go ahead and bring on Ann Moore with another So Steady Westalee demo.
Hi, everybody. Excuse me. Welcome to our little stage show. I am from the So Steady booth, which is under the AllBrands umbrella. And so come over and visit our booth afterwards, especially if you see something that I do that you're interested in. Is it up? Yeah, you can hear. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get started. The couple of things that you see here in front, this is the ruler work set that I'm working from this afternoon, but I'm going to show you a quilt that I actually made from this set of rulers. Thank you. You want to unfold it? Just drop it. Yeah, there you go. And that's all of it is from the ruler set that I've showed you right here. Okay, you want to kind of lay it over here or something, or just out of the way? Thanks. I brought my fan club with me, guys. He's also heckles me, so y'all get on to him if he does that. Yeah. Okay. This is a really fun one that I like. It's called a continuous border. And I'm going to make a double border for you like you see on the black one here in front. So let's do that really quick. Start over here. The first thing I want to do is drop my ruler foot and get it into position. And then I'm going to needle up and needle down and bring up my bobbin thread from underneath. There we go. I'll get it in a minute. Okay. Is it showing up really good on the screen? Great. Okay. Find my presser foot. Now, I'm using a Brother Innovus BQ2450. Excellent machine. So the first thing I've done is I brought up my bobbin thread. That's something you always want to do because you don't want a bird's nest on the bottom side of your quilt, of course. So I'm ready to start stitching. I'll do 4 tiny stitches right here. That way, those are just locking stitches, and then I'll be able to reach back and cut my threads. Come all the way up and stop. And I know I brought scissors, but I don't know where they are. We'll get them in a minute. Yeah, if you've got some. Mine are probably on the floor over here. Who knows? All right, but I'm going to keep right on going. He's going to grab me a set of scissors. Thank you. That'll be great. Okay, I'll use those in just a second. We like hangers. Come on. Okay, now I can cut these threads and get them out of my way. And you see the first part. Can you see this? I've got the first part of that design started. And I'll keep on going. I am lining up this bottom line right here on top of the chalk line that I have drawn. And all I'm doing is just making sure that it lines back up. And I have a tool over there that lets me do this grid looking thing that you see, the straight line with the cross lines on it. And I can show you all that over at the booth if that's something that interests you. I've only had mine about a month or two now, and I really, really like it. A little faster here. Just making sure I line up again. I'll do one more and then I'll turn it around and go back the other way. I'll stop right there. And now I'm going to flip it because I want to do that double. Okay, I'll take this away for a second, but you can see I already have some of the design going right here. All I'm doing is just making sure I line everything up. Thank you. If you'll notice, I have gripper tape on the back of my template that keeps it from sliding around. It just helps a whole lot with my quilting. Okay. On these first two, I was able to join them right here at the point. On the second two, I needed to have dropped down a little bit, but I was hurrying, so anyway, they didn't join. But once I erase these lines in here, you wouldn't notice that those were supposed to actually connect. They would be really pretty together anyway. So let's go ahead and bring everything up because I have another design to show you. Okay, so we have that one. Can you see it? I usually, when I'm doing my own quilts, I'll do 4 tiny stitches in a row, and that's my locking stitch. You can also knot it and bury it if you want to. Kate brought these over for me to show you. This one's actually mine. How many of you lose your cell phone under your fabric? All the time. These are little smartphone loungers. You can put your phone in it. You can also put the instructions that you are working on. Maybe you're working on a quilt pattern. You can put those in here too, and they're not going anywhere. My mom saw mine one day out in my studio, and she said, "Where'd you get that? I want one." And I said, "Well, that's good because I have you one ordered." She puts hers on her kitchen bar because she was always losing her phone. So now and I'll go to her house and there it is sitting on her bar with her phone in it. These are like $10 and you get $1 off, so $9. And they have cute little sayings on them like ruler on. This one says, "If life gives you scraps, make a quilt." So you can pick those up over there. They're wonderful for Christmas presents, for stocking stuffers, things like that. All right, let's get started on our other design. This is kind of one of my favorites, and it was used throughout that yellow quilt that y'all saw just a couple of minutes ago, but turned different ways and makes different patterns. So I'll show you a little bit of that. Now, I have drawn registration marks on this block as I did on the other one. I used the 6-point crosshair ruler to make my registration marks, and then I made a couple of them just kind of join in the middle so that I have a nice little bullseye to kind of go back to each time just to make sure that I stay true to my design. So we'll go ahead and get started on that one. I'll be using this template. It's the Spinifex number 11. the 9.5. The Spinifex number 11 is my favorite template, and it is so popular now. It comes in all the way from 1.5 inches to 11.5 inches. So you can see it's very, very versatile and very popular. I'm glad they finally made other sizes of it because I've got all of them now and I use all of them. All right, first thing I want to do is drop my ruler foot and bring up my bobbin thread like I did a few minutes ago. There it is. And then I want to put my needle right back down in that same spot and drop my ruler foot. I always drop my ruler foot somewhere in the center of my template. You never want to drop it out on your template or on the edge of your template. There are a few machines out there that would want to force their way through that template, not realizing it's not down as far as it needs to go. So we'll go ahead and get started. I think he's going to come around and bring the camera. Okay. All right, I'm holding my threads and I'm getting ready to travel around. When you use this template, you want to focus on hugging on the edge of the template, just like I'm doing. Taking my time. I always tell my students, it's not a race. You're looking for something that's pleasing to your eye. Now I'm going to be coming back into this center about 24 times actually by the time I go down and come back up. So I'm not really worried about needing to bury threads, but I am going to go ahead and cut those threads, and I just come over to the side to do that way. And that way I don't cut my needle thread that's coming down. Now I'm going to switch around to the next one. I have my machine set on a medium speed, but I'm also still able to control it with my foot pedal and go faster or slower in that medium speed.
And in the 6-point crosshatch ruler, does it come in that kit or separate?
It comes in the kit. Everything you need comes in that kit with the exception of you need a good Sew Steady table, a good flat working surface, and I do recommend a glider like the green one that you see. This is the ruler work glider. We also have, somebody just made a sale. Yay! That's what that is. Isn't that neat? Actually, it means another quilter just got her machine. Yeah. Yeah. I get mesmerized a little bit with what I'm doing, and I get kind of out of line, so I have to watch that. When I am doing pebbles, I have to really watch it because I get mesmerized. And yeah.
And started using templates 2 years back. Really got the hang of it. Now she can move pretty fast across the quilt. I saw her do a complete wedding quilt just 2 days on her Mexican Coleen about a month ago. Using her 3 months along with her templates, then like the drag on. She was best machine quilting and best quilting last 2 years. That's never been done.
See, you should bring the president of your fan club. Yeah, she does. She's been doing this for a long time. She's great. She's who we learn from. She is good. Donnell McAdams. Yeah, she's great. She's good. All right, now I'm going to flip around and do a little bit different design. Okay. I'm going to rethread my machine. I see like a little bit of a burr. So let's do that real quick. Hate it when that happens. Okay. He says I have 3 minutes left, so I guess I better get busy. Oh, okay. He just said I have 4 or 5, so yay. Okay. But where's my thread? There it is. And it's threaded. The thread's not. That's correct.
Many of y'all remember the art toy spirograph that was in the 60s that came out, and I kind of equate this to a spirograph. You start, instead of a pen, you have a needle. You start it in different spots, you go around the template, move it over to the next section, go around She's actually, on her sample show, she has a square she calls spirography. And she,
I'm going to do a couple of different designs, and then I'll show y'all. I'll pull this away and show you what I have. I turned my fabric to the left and my template to the right. Okay, I'll pull this away and show you what we have. Okay, here is one design. It should be also on the black in front of me. And then this one, I call this Sweet Lips. That's looks like a pair of lips. Can y'all see that okay? So I've got 2 different designs, really 3 different designs going on here, because I could have left all of these. I could have pointed all of them out, or I could do an out and an in all the way around. So does that wrap me up? Okay. Let's see. We're still attached. No, this set actually comes with the 9.5 in it. And so if you want to buy individual ones, like if you want only the 1.5 inch and 2.5, the 1.5 and 2.5 are all on one template. And so you can purchase them separately. Anytime you buy them together in a kit or a set, you're going to spend less money because they're going to discount them a little bit. So anybody have any questions? Maybe I can answer some questions for you. Anybody? Any questions? This one is $110, but you're going to get $11 off here as a show special. So, and it comes with everything you need, with the exception of a glider. That's it. We try not to duplicate rulers in the different sets. So when you get this set, it doesn't duplicate with anything else that's out there. Now, any other questions? Okay. They said I have to quit now. I'm sorry? I'm not sure. Okay. Thank y'all, everybody. I'm going to take everything down. So come over to our booth. We'll be happy to help you. We're back here in the corner. Good, good. Hey, I'm an addict. We like other addicts too.
All right, y'all. So that was another awesome demo from Ann Moore. Nilda, we are checking on getting a link to those templates for you. So stay tuned for that. Don't go anywhere. We will get that to you in the chat, and I'll let everybody know. I'll get everyone a link to that particular set in the chat. So you guys, that was Ann Moore doing some awesome ruler work demos. I hope that you enjoyed that, and I hope you learned something. Ruler work is just like the nicest thing. Mary Strong says these few days being virtually at Quilt Fest has been the best. I am so happy to hear that. That makes me really happy. I know it's been weird. This has been a really strange year for a lot of us. So I'm glad that we could still give you, a certain level of normalcy with doing the Quilt Fest virtually. I know it's not quite the same, but I hope that it comes close to the experience. I don't know about y'all, but I've been having a great time today. So I've been having a great time this whole weekend, really. And tomorrow is even better because tomorrow is Halloween. That's so exciting. I want to know what your Halloween costumes are going to be. You're never too old to dress up for Halloween. So that's my motto anyway. So I would love to know what you are dressing up as. I'm always curious. So you guys, let's go ahead and take a look at, Tina said, just came across this and I'm so excited. Oh, Tina, welcome. Guys, if you are new here, if you're new, make sure that you're liking us on Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Our Facebook is allbrands.com. Our YouTube is AllBrands Corporate. That is all one word, AllBrands, one word. So please go ahead and check out our YouTube, check out our Facebook. We have a lot going on. So I'm trying to get that link for you guys really quickly. It's the quilt class in a bag, the continuum quilt class in a bag. So I am trying to get that link for you in the chat while we are waiting for our next presenter to get started. But y'all, let's take a look at that schedule. So we just saw Ann Moore and she did an amazing ruler work template, a ruler work template demonstration. Trying to get all my words right. She did a great job. So show Ann some love in the chat. After that, we have Wendy Chow, who's going to be doing some quilt club. She's going to be doing quilt club the BQ 3100. Sorry, I'm trying to get this link for you guys in the chat. I just got it. So I'm going to post that in here for you. This is the Continuum quilt class in a bag that Anne just used. And it all comes in a Yazzie bag. So that is that set. Here is the link to that. Yeah, cool. All right, that's in the chat. So hopefully that helps you guys. So after Wendy, we have a jam-packed day. We're going to be going back to Cindy Hogan, who did a demo earlier for us today, but she's going to be doing something a little different this afternoon. She's doing the ScanNCut in conjunction with the BES software. So stay tuned for that. Y'all, the ScanNCuts are so great. It took me a minute to hop on the ScanNCut hype train, but I am really happy to be here, and I hope you all will join me, particularly because we have some awesome deals on machines, especially ones that we're including a ScanNCut. So let me show you these specials we've got going on really quickly. This one I want to highlight in particular is the XP2. You can get an XP2 at the festival with 60-month 0% APR financing. Now, we are throwing in 14 things for free. That is $6,300 in added value, and this is the lowest price you are going to be able to get the Luminaire. Unfortunately, I can't tell you what it is, but if you want some more information about the pricing for the Luminaire, please call our 800 number or get your butt on over to an AllBrands store or the Houston Quilt Festival, and we will get that information to you. But you can call our 800 number for show pricing and we will work something out with you. So call 1-800-739-7374, 1-800-739-7374 if you are curious about any pricing and you would like to pick up one of these machines. Even if you're not in Houston, we'll make that happen for you. Mary Strong says, I bought my ScanNCut from y'all and I love it. Good. I'm so glad that you love it. It's such a good machine. They are really the best cutters on the market, in my humble opinion. I think that they're fantastic. So we are running some deals. The XP2, you can get a ScanNCut with the XP2 this weekend. That's today and tomorrow only. So if you were thinking about getting an XP2, now is absolutely the time. We're throwing in that new ScanNCut with the new My Connection feature. So your ScanNCut can talk wirelessly with your XP2. No USB drives necessary. And this is something that can only work with the Luminaire XP2. So we are really happy to throw this in there for you. We're also throwing in some other bundles. I'm briefly going over the catalog here. I will let you look at it for yourself and browse because there is a lot to see. There is a whole lot here. We have a bunch of machines, a bunch of top secret pricing and whatnot. But let's go back up here to the BQ 3100. This is the machine that Wendy is going to be demoing on in just a moment. Such a good machine, y'all. We're throwing in $2,400 of added stuff when you purchase this either today or tomorrow. We're throwing in that advanced quilt software, but most importantly, we are offering 18-month 0% APR financing on this machine if you buy it this weekend. This is perfect for all your sewing and quilting needs. So I'm not going to say any more about it. I'm going to let Wendy tell you what is going on. So let's go over to Wendy right now.
Hey everyone. Hi, my name's Wendy and I'm from The Weekend Quilter. I design and write modern quilt patterns to share my passion for quilting, but also to inspire a new generation of quilters. I also co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz. You can't hear me? Can you hear me now? Is it better? Better? All right, I might need to talk a bit louder, don't I? All right. Maybe I need to take my mask. Yeah. All right. Hang on. Yeah. How's that? Is that better? Okay. Cool. All righty. Should I have a face shield or anything? Or? Yeah. I'll wear a face shield just to be in compliant. Yeah. All right. Cool. I'll do this one. How about that? All right, is everyone all right? How do I look with this? All righty. So I was mentioning earlier, I co-host a podcast called Quilt Buzz. I am also the author of Urban Quilting. And you probably can hear I'm not from here. I'm originally from Australia, but I'm based in New York City. Anyway, so today's demo, I'm going to show you the awesome features that is going to take your quilting experience to the next level with Brothers BQ3100 machine from the Quilt Club series. If you do have any questions or you want more information about it, or even if you want to give the machine a try, I'll be hanging out on the right side of the stage throughout the show. And be sure to ask the AllBrands staff. They're all wearing a blue polo shirt today for all the offerings that they've got. They're going to be the best packages and deals of the year. Anyway, without further ado, I'm going to show you some of the really cool features on this machine. My favorite one here is the Sew Straight laser guide. So do you see on the screen that red laser light? I'm just going to get Rob to switch over the camera. Cool. Can you guys see what on the laser light? So this laser light is fantastic, especially when you're creating fine geese units or you're doing snowball units, because I don't have to spend that time getting the ruler out, getting my pen, and drawing out those guidelines. So that cuts out that time. So basically when I jump from cutting and then to the fun part of sewing, because I've got that laser guideline. So the cool thing about it as well, I can move the laser line left and right. So I'm going to move it more to the right. So I'm going to centralize it. I'm also going to move my needle position so it's lined up with that. Anyway, so I'm going to start sewing away. I'm going to use a flying geese as an example here. Whoops. Okay. And one of the things that I had to get used to when using this is not to actually look at the needle while you're sewing, because usually you're naturally looking at the needle while you're sewing. So with the laser light, you want to focus on where you want to end up at. So I'm lining up this laser light with where I want to end up at, which is this end point, and I'm going to start sewing away. And you're going to make sure that this laser light stays at that tip point, doesn't leave. It's easy to like move from left to right, but there you go. This is enough to give you an idea. I'm going to show you guys. I don't know if you can see. Can you see? Oh, use that camera? Okay. I'm going to get Rob to change the camera, but you can see how straight that line is from one point to the other. Nope. Oh, here. Can you see it? Nope. Lower. Yeah. Can you see it now? It's like really straight from one point to the other. So I'm not spending that time trying to rule out those guidelines. And this is just an example here. I created the baby quilt top like within a few hours from cutting to sewing. Whereas like if I had to draw out those quilting guidelines each time, it would probably easily taken me like an entire day. So I'll just show it one more time again, just to give you an idea. So if you don't mind zooming into the machine. It's really cool. And like I said before earlier, you can move it from left to right if you wanted to, the laser light. So it's great if you're if you're quilting your projects. So rather than actually having to get your hair marker out each time, you could use that laser light and shine it on, the line that you've previously sewn on and then create a new line. So I don't know if you can see on the screen here, that straight diagonal line there. Yeah. There you go. So gives you a bit of an idea of that. So the other really awesome feature on the Brother machine is the automatic height adjuster. So basically what that means is the presser foot pressure stays constant so that the stitch length remains consistent as you go through different thicknesses and types of fabrics. So I've actually made a patchwork tote bag down there, and feel free to grab the pattern. It's free. You're more than welcome to grab more than one copy. But basically that pattern asks you to sew together like cotton canvas, belting strap, and then also your quilt sandwich. So you got your quilt back, your quilt batting, and also quilt front. So you can imagine there's a lot of different types of materials and thicknesses and fabrics, right? So I'm going to show you how that works. And as I'm sewing, I want you to see how the presser foot height adjusts as I'm going through the different types of fabrics. See how the presser foot changes in height. And take it off the machine. I'm going to show you how consistent, like can you see on the screen? Okay, cool. Yeah, so you can see how nicely, how consistent the stitch length remains across the board as I'm going through the different layers of fabrics. Oh wait, hold it up, okay. There you go. Under the light, okay. There you go. Thank you. There, that's enough to give you an idea. I'm gonna follow the pattern and I'm gonna flip this strap here. And so a 1/4 inch seam allowance from the top edge of the bag. Yeah, no, it's really thick, but trust me, it's going to be fine. And finding the 1/4 inch seam allowance on all the Brother Quilt Club series machines is really easy. There's a few ways that you can do that. So there is a plate attachment here. I don't know if you can see the 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'll show it on the camera again. Show it on that one? Yeah. Can you see it on the camera here? There's that. Oh wait, Rob's going to change the camera. There you go. So you can see that 1/4 inch seam allowance. I'm just gonna wait for that guy. Just
Shields are required on the show floor. If you need one, you can pick one up at any of the entrance doors. Please help us keep everyone safe.
yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Anyway, so can you see the 1/4 inch seam allowance guide there? So basically, you've got to make sure that the needle position is positioned in the center, and then make sure that the right edge of the fabric is lined up with that line there. So that's one way that you could do it. Another way is all the Brother Quilt Club series machines do come with the 1/4 inch foot attachment. And another option is what I always use when I turn on my machine is this button here. So it says piecing stitch right. So basically what it does is it moves the needle position a 1/4 inch away from the right edge of the presser foot. What size needle? It's just a standard one. I think it's like or like a 90. Yeah. It's just a standard one. But anyway, so yeah, you can move the needle position so that it's a 1/4 inch away from the presser foot, so that you could use the right edge of the presser foot as a guide. I don't know why Brother came up with this, but I'm assuming this is for left-handed. But you can move the needle position so it's a 1/4 inch from the left of the presser foot. So you could use the left edge of the presser foot as your guide, and it makes it really easy. Again, you can just move the needle position on the central position. But anyway, I'm going to move it to the right, and I'm going to sew away with all this thicknesses of fabric. Again, I just want you to keep an eye out on the presser foot as I'm going through the different thicknesses of fabric. So, Rob, I don't know if you can switch to that camera. Yeah, cool. Can you see what I'm on? Yep, cool. Great. I'm going to start sewing away. I know, it's so nerve-wracking, right? But with the automatic height adjusted, this is where that capability shines. And I'm going to reverse stitch here again. See that, right? Pretty cool. And the stitch length is going to remain consistent. So I'm going to show it to you in the camera. You see how the stitch lengths remain consistent across the different thicknesses of fabric? Nope. All right. Okay, cool. There we go. Do I need to zoom in? There you go. So it's pretty cool. So it's great for like if you're, for example, you're quilting your projects and there's like different thicknesses. It's able to like keep that consistent stitch length across the board. So right now I'm going to switch over to the compact Move It digital dual feed. So this is actually better in comparison to traditional walking foots because there's a rubber like conveyor belt like mechanism at the bottom. So can you see that black conveyor like mechanism? So that stays in contact with the fabric the entire time. So it's feeding the fabric not only from the bottom but also from the top. Yeah, it connects to this machine. It also connects to the BQ 250. So yeah, 2500s. That's the machine below this one. But yeah, so it's an additional attachment. And the great thing about this conveyor belt like mechanism as well, it can work with different types of fabrics as well. You might be working with 2 different types of fabrics at a time. So maybe you might be quilting a project that's got a minky fabric on the backing, or which is stretchy, and then the front might not be non-stretchy. And maybe you might be creating like t-shirt quilts as well. And again, that's different types of materials, different stretchiness and whatnot. So this helps to prevent the puckering and stretching. And also, if you happen to be dabbling in some garment making, it's able to handle delicate fabrics like silk, organza. Also, if you're working with fabrics that require you to be pattern matching, so maybe it might be plaid or stripes, especially like on a shirt like this, it's able to hold the fabrics in place so that the patterns don't move around and shift as you're working through your project. Anyway, so I'm going to attach this on the machine, and I'm going to show you how it works together with the laser guideline when it comes to quilting a project. Just bear with me. And when you are using this foot as well, make sure you do plug it in, because the first time I didn't do that and I wondered, why isn't that conveyor belt working? So make sure you do plug it in and it goes at the back of the machine. There you go. So I'm going to turn on the laser light. If you don't mind focusing back on this. Cool. Yeah, so Rob's going to change the camera so you can see it. All right, I'm going to put my quilting gloves, and I'm going to show you how that laser light works when you are quilting a project and you don't have to whip out that hera marker and quilting ruler to mark out those quilting guidelines. So we're all good? Cool. All right, hang on. Oops, what's going on? All right, here we go. So as you can see, I'm that laser light here, and this is a previously sewn quilting line. So I'm going to use that as a guide and line that up with that laser light and start sewing. And as I'm sewing, I just want you to watch that black conveyor-like belt thing at the back, the mechanism, and just see how it works and how it guides the fabric as I'm moving. And it's gripping the fabric from the top and bottom. So you got better control and traction of the fabric. And what I love about this machine as well, like the harp space is really big, so it makes quilting projects really easy, and it just glides through. So yeah, this is enough to give you a bit of an idea. And the great thing about this as well, the compact movement foot, the rubberized or the conveyor-like mechanism at the bottom, it can handle reverse stitches unlike traditional foots. So you're able to use more decorative stitches when it comes to quilting up your projects. Anyway, I'm going to pull this out, and here you can see how I've added that additional line without having to bring out that hera marker and ruler. You see that? So yeah, again, like it just saves a lot of time and effort in having to do that. All right, so I'm going to switch and show you how. Oops, here we go. I'm going to show you how the compact pivot foot can handle reversed, like stitches of decorative stitches with reverse movement. Okay. There you go. So you can see how that. Oh, my thread's not threaded properly. I'm just going to thread it again. So the good thing about this machine is it tells you what's wrong in terms of the thread, whether it's coming from the top of the thread, the top of the machine, or at the bottom. And changing the thread threading the machine is so easy. You can just touch of a button. Hang on. Press the foot down. Okay. Oh, okay. I need to remove the fabric. Here we go. Yeah, so just in a touch of a button, I can thread the machine. So it's really quick and easy. You don't have to like put on your glasses or like try like, fuss about and whatnot. So yeah, I'm going to try again. So yeah, just watch the conveyor, the move it foot, that conveyor belt like mechanism. It's going back and forth as I'm moving through. So it ensures that the stitch lengths remain consistent throughout the project. So I'm just going to show it on the screen here. There you go. See how all the stitch lengths are all nicely and evenly spaced out? Yeah, so it really gives you that more option to use decorative stitches when it comes to quilting up your projects. But yeah, I think that's basically it. And if, like I said, if you have any more questions or you require more information, actually, no, I actually just remembered I forgot to show you my custom stitch option before I finish. So my custom stitch option allows you to create your own decorative stitches. So if there's something that you can't find among the hundreds of different decorative stitches that's inbuilt in the machine, you can create your own one. So I'm going to use the VSonic pen here, which comes with the BQ3100. And it just makes it really easy for me to draw out the different points of the decorative stitches. So I'm going to use this as an example. Did you see the screen? No? Okay, cool, great. So I'm going to set the different points. I'm just going to create like a really random zigzag pattern to just give you a bit of an idea. And then the great thing about this is that you're able to preview the decorative stitches as well, and you can play around with the scale and the density. So I can make it really dense. I can increase the density. I can make it skinnier. I can make it wider if I wanted to. But yeah, I'm going to give this a spin. Before I do, I've got to change my foot. Just bear with me. There we go. Alrighty, here we go. So I'm going to just sew a little bit of it, just to give you an idea. And if you really like that particular stitch, you can always save it by hitting the memory button. There you go. So you can make a comparison with what's on the screen there. Yep. And what's on the end. And there you have it. So that's all the some of the really cool features on there. You can find me at the end of the demo on the right hand of the stage to try out the awesome features yourself. And as I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions on the deals that we've got, be sure to find one of the staff that's in the blue polo shirts. They can tell you the best packages and pricing of the year that we've got. So. I'm not too sure, unfortunately. You'd have to double check with one of the AllBrands staff. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Thanks, guys. And yeah, you can feel free to grab a copy of the pattern as well at the bottom. Cool. Thanks.
All right, y'all. So that was another awesome presentation on the BQ3100 from Wendy Chow. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope it was informative. The BQ3100 is, in case you missed it, the newest addition to Brothers Quilt Club collection. It is so awesome. So awesome. And I highly recommend checking that out if you have not yet. If you take a look at our show specials, this is what we've got. If you take a look at our show specials, we are throwing in 15 different things with the purchase of a 3100. So you are getting 18-month 0% APR financing if you purchase this machine today or tomorrow. that's great. And the price, which unfortunately I cannot disclose online or on stream, has been discounted, and we are offering that financing. So it's the lowest price, the best financing that you are going to get all year. If you are curious and you are near an AllBrands store, you can come to one of our locations and come pay us a visit and tell us. You can get a BQ 3100 from us, or if you aren't near an AllBrands store and you cannot make it, that's okay. If you can't make it to the festival, what you can do is you can call our 1-800 number. So our 800 number is 1-800-739-7374. That is 1-800-739-7374. You can pick up, we can give you exclusive show pricing, and we can do that over the phone for you. There are customer service reps on the line. I know some folks had some trouble with getting in touch with someone earlier, and I apologize for that. Our lines have been pretty tangled up today. We've been really busy getting those orders in for you, but that is absolutely something that you can do. So please call the 800 number if you've ever thought about purchasing one of these machines. And again, I just want to highlight, we are giving away 15 different things with this machine if you buy it either today or tomorrow. Not only are we doing that 18-month 0% APR financing, we are throwing in $2,400 in value if you purchase this machine. So my favorite thing that you're going to be getting with this is that new compact Move It foot. I really love this foot, and I think Wendy did a great job demonstrating on it and just how much it can do and how useful that is for you. Definitely recommend looking into that. Now we are also throwing in 4 other feet to go along with that compact Move It foot, different attachments. So we're doing the open toe foot, the stitch in the ditch, the 1/4 inch, and the couching foot. And we're also adding in that dual feed quilt guide for the Move It foot. So all of that is going to come free with your BQ 3100 if you purchase it today or tomorrow during the festival. Now, guys, once these prices and this financing is done, once the festival is done, once the festival's over, this pricing and financing is going away, and it's not coming back probably until the next quilt festival when we throw in some different things for you. So this is really the only opportunity you're going to get to get a bundle like this with such an awesome machine at such a low price. So definitely check out our website with any more information on the BQ 3100. This pamphlet, this flyer is online. I'm going to go ahead and link that to you all in the chat right now so you can see it and you can look through all the other brother products that we've got. We've got specials on or bundles that you can buy. Take a look at that. And just something else that I wanted to throw out there at the bottom, you can kind of see it at the bottom of the screen here. If you purchase one of these machines this weekend, all Genuine Brother accessories are going to be 20% off with your purchase. So keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. Go ahead and call our 1-800 number if you are not near Houston or you can't get to the festival or one of our stores, and we can still make something happen for you. That machine is incredible. I love the laser guide, and I love that you can create your own stitches. I just think that is the coolest darn thing. So let's see how everybody is doing in the chat. How are y'all doing? Hope you grabbed a snack. Hope you got yourself a little beverage, some water, some tea, some coffee. It's going to be, we've got another 3 hours, I believe, of coverage. So we are still not done today. Now let's take a look at our schedule. So this is what we've got going on for the rest of the day. We just saw Wendy Chow demo on the BQ 3100. Now we are going to have Cindy Hogan come up on the stage, and she is going to be doing a demo on the ScanNCut in conjunction with Brothers BES software. I believe she is using BES Blue. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be really informative. I've learned so much today already. I don't know about you guys, but I've learned a lot just today over the course of the weekend, what have you. After that, we are going to have Becky Thompson from Power Tools with Thread join us on the stage for a Simply Applique tutorial. So stay tuned for that. But now, you guys, it is time for Cindy. So I'm going to go ahead and bring her on. Let's see if she's ready.
And you might be alone.
I am on. Hi, guys. How are you all? Is it a little loud in here? Do I need to? It's very hard for me to be quiet. So if I blast you out, I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Cindy Hogan. For those of you that don't know me, I'm a brand ambassador for Brother. I am a software and ScanNCut expert. If you have the ScanNCut playbook, that I'm your author. So if you hate it, don't tell me. All right, so today we are going to talk about how you can interact with the ScanNCut and our new BES Blue software. If you have BES 4, it is the exact, it's going to operate the exact same way, okay? If you have BES 4, you do not need to purchase BES Blue. I don't want you to think you need to. Oh, shoot, I forgot every sample I have. You ask Rosemary to please bring that. I've got the gallery in the back giving me a hard time. I have friends that work for other places. So we're going to, I forgot to bring my scanning mat. I don't know where my brain was. Here, I thought I was doing so good getting over here early, but that's okay. I have fabric cutting files on my machine. So if you all don't know what file format that the ScanNCut does, let me first of all say, how many in the audience know what the heck a ScanNCut is? Okay, a few. All right, a ScanNCut is a digital cutting machine, as its other variety. Tell her the BES 4 stuff, and the scanning mat that has my, it'll be on top. My scan mat that has my scan file in it, and look underneath the table on top of my suitcase. Thank you. If you can scan something in, you can cut it back out. Having said that, I have the Disney model in front of me. There are two different models here on this variety. We have a 325 and a 330D. This is the 330D, which has the most patterns of any that we have. Now, this one interacts with our Luminaire machine now with a feature called My Connection, and I did that feature this morning at noon, or this afternoon, I guess at noon. Which allows it to talk to the Luminaire, my design center, and they communicate back and forth. So we used to say we talk to each other, but now we truly do. All right, that's close. There is another mat that has the acetate one. It's got a printed page on it. You'll know exactly, unless I've got it underneath here. Nope. All right. We're not going to worry about it. Y'all want to see any more samples? I'll plop them over there. So hopefully he'll bring me my flamingo that I've printed out, because that's what we're going to play with today. If not, I'm going to let you see a few others. This one has been this was a purchased pattern that I bought, okay? I scanned the pieces in and I brought them into my BES software. I then converted those, we call them FCM files, fabric cutting machines, yes. Or what I like to call them fancy cutting machine files, so that you'll remember them. I converted that to applique and changed that from a satin stitch to a blanket stitch. You can pass that one around. All right, so let's do that. Let's go through this process. So I have a scan mat here. Does not come with the machine. You can get one. You can actually scan on any mat that you have. You get a cleaner scan with your scan mat, because as you cut, you're going to get nicks on your mat. That's natural. That's the way the machine cuts. As it cuts, it has to make contact with the mat. So you're going to get some scoring on your mat. And this has a very high level scanner in it. So it scans like 900 DPI resolution. And it scans in both color and black and white. I'm going to load my mat in. And what camera is on right now? This one. All right. We're going to touch the scan button. So there's my scan key. We're going to touch that guy. I have options. I can direct cut it, which means I'm scanning to cut directly out what's on the fabric. Okay? Or whatever's on my media. So like here, we've been cutting dogs out all day long. We scan them in, we directly cut them out. Scan to cut data is scanning to create a cut file to cut out of something else. This machine will cut materials 3 millimeters and less. Having said that, would I cut metal with my ScanNCut machine? No, because that could damage the scanning glass. You can do balsa wood. Any denser than that, I really wouldn't suggest it. We're going to scan. It also scans to USB, and that scans in as a JPEG, saves out to the USB, just like a household scanner. And then there is a free program that comes with every ScanNCut machine. And to be honest, you don't need a ScanNCut machine in order to have Canvas Workspace. You can use it without actually owning a ScanNCut machine. I use it many times by itself without scanning anything to bring things into my BES software to turn into an applique. So I can scan it directly to Canvas Workspace if I want to. That is optional. A ScanNCut machine is a standalone machine, so you do not have to have a computer to use it. We're going to scan to cut data because I'm going to create a pattern out of what I have down here on my mat. So I'm going to say start. It's going to scan what's down on my mat and take a picture of it. Thank you, sweetheart. This one right here is another example of me scanning something in and creating a pattern for it. And these are some of the fonts that are built into the software, and I've used envelope text to create this whole thing in the BES software. So today we're going to come in here and we're going to tell it we want the swan. Except that that's not a swan, is it? It's the flamingo, the other swan, okay? We'll go ahead and touch OK. And it's going to generate it and save that as a cutting file for me. So we're going to tell it we want to go outside only. And why I'm saying outside only is if I say the outside and the inside, then it's going to do the outside of the line and the inside of the line, and you're going to have a double line. I don't want a double line. I want a single one. If I had scanned in grayscale, I would have had a third button here. That key would have been lines, so line detection. And if I had been doing the hat, I would have chosen black and white and used the hat, okay? Use the third option, which would be line detection. So this is outline detection, which is the entire outline. So if I chose that one for the hat, you can't see my display? Garcon back here he's sleeping on the job on me. So outline detection, that's going to just grab the entire outside, but the second detection mode would have done the double line. So it would have gone to the outside of that outline and the inside of that outline. I don't want that. There are times I might use that if I wanted to have a different technique, but today that's not what we want. If we were doing grayscale, we would have had a third button right here that is line detection. Line detection would have grabbed every line on that hat if I had been doing it. And that would be what I would want to do for the hat. But if I only wanted the whole main out area of the hat, I would choose the one I have right now. We're going for this for our flamingo, and we're going to touch OK. It is going to save it. I can save it to my computer, to a USB, or directly to the machine. If I want to go wirelessly, I would go computer. That would transfer it to my Canvas Workspace account, and I can bring it in. I'm going to go USB for you guys today so I don't take you through too many programs, okay? We're going to go USB. It's told me what it saved it at. I'll go ahead and touch OK, and we will take it out of the machine. All right, you want to switch to my computer, Mr. Robert? See, I need to communicate better. Y'all need to tell me when you're not seeing what's up there because I can't see it. Okay? I have no clue as to what's over on my left-hand side. All right, it didn't register. Is it coming? Okay, hold on. Let me unplug and plug back in. That's the downside of that little guy. Is it recognizing? Okay. All right, so now we are over here in our BES Blue software. I'm going to go up to my application button, which is the BES Blue dot, okay, the circle at the top. We used to call it the file pull-down menu. Import FCM. That is fabric cutting machine, so that is what comes out of the ScanNCut machine. We're going to go down here to this PC because that's where I've saved my file, and we will see what's on the, it's seeing more drives than I've got. Okay, it should be, let's do by date modified. Where is Hello Handsome coming from? 000 something. There it is. All right, so there is my flamingo. Now, If I want to do a down and dirty, I only want an outside line of this, I can actually just go to my tools tab, touch the applique, convert to applique button. Would you stop? I don't want you to scan anything. And it's now an applique. You can resize it, do whatever you want to with it to make it bigger, make it smaller. You now have your flamingo applique. If you want a blanket stitch on that, you change the applique type from satin to blanket and click apply. If you want to go a little bit fancier than that, you go to a motif stitch and click apply. There are about 200 motifs built in here that you can select from. So this is a big difference between this program and if you hear somebody talk about simply applique, this is a huge difference between the two. This one has a lot more built-in stuff, okay? A lot more tools and fun things to play with. That is our base level program. So that is your entry level program. And this is your more beefy program. All right. So if I want to get really special here though, let's go back to the beginning to our artwork to where we have nothing besides artwork. Okay. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. I want a flamingo that actually has a nose. How about our beak? I guess I shouldn't call it a nose, should I? It's technically a beak. So we'll go to our, I'm going to go home and I'm going to zoom up to the top here so I can see where the beak is. I am going to go to my tools tab and I have a line drawing tool. So I'm going to grab my line drawing tool. I'm going to pick the color red so that I can see it different from my black. And I'm simply going to draw around the beak. So left click, inserts a click. If you want to curve, you hold down the control key. And we're going to just left click around this. I will say it does take a little getting used to, guys, to draw your own, but once you do, you can flat out make this work. We lost it. I touched something. It's like a bad Leroy Brown. All right, try it again. I'm on the yeah, it is like psychotic. Psychotic. Yeah, I did that. Let's try it this direction. All right, sorry guys. And now we're going to want to scan everything. All right, there we are. I got to just not touch anything, okay? We're good. Stop scanning. All right, so control key lets you do curves. Now I'm going to come right here and I'm going to go back around to the top. And then we're going to close the line. So now that's a closed shape, okay? Going to go to my home tab and press my key. Go to the tools tab, convert that to applique. Come down here, convert that to applique. If I don't want a double guy, I'm going to select this guy. The top, right mouse click, say remove overlapped stitches. Take it down to nothing. Okay, now you'll notice how I no longer have double stitching. I've got one, and the placement stitches are still there for it. And the reason it's not overlapping everywhere is because I've got it down to 0, and my lines were sitting right on top of each other. So now I'm ready to send this back to my ScanNCut because I have resized it. Remember, I've made it my own thing, and I've now got a nose and not just a body. So we're going to touch our ScanNCut key, the ScanNCut button. It's going to generate a piece of artwork for me. It'll pop up with a separate tab saying Artwork tab. And as it's doing that, there you go. There's our 2 pieces of applique that we're going to send back. All right, so I don't need the whole nose, right? Let's see if all right. So what I would do personally on this one, since I don't need 2 noses, I normally do this before we did it, but I thought, well, I can just kind of cheat today. So grab your top one, grab the black, go to your tools tab and edit the shape. You can highlight these points right here. Press delete on the keyboard and get rid of those. I'm going to add a point right here. Move it there. And there we go. So now that's good. That'll work right there. If you look, let me move them apart. I now have the big, so basically, even though I messed it up myself, I could have fixed it. You can fix it, okay? We're going to touch the export FCM file. We are not going to go wireless. I'm going to call this flam, maybe lamb, and touch save. We will eject this hardware and go back over to my ScanNCut machine, Mr. Robert. All right, let's go to the home, and we are going to clear everything on our screen and take out our map. I'm going to put on 2 pieces of fabric. You do need to listen to my next spiel very closely if you have a ScanNCut machine or are thinking about one. If you are putting heat applied material to your fabrics, make sure that it is well melted to it. Otherwise, that heat applied material is going to stay on your mat and not with your fabric. The other thing that's going to happen is you're not going to get a very clean cut, okay? So when it's ironed on there, press it again just to make sure. I'd rather you melt it too much to it than not enough. Once you've done that, I personally, this is Brother's recommendation, so I always tell you what they tell me to say. I peel my paper off. I put it on my standard mat. Standard or a new low-tack mat would work. If your standard mat is brand new, take it and rub it across your pants to get a little lint on it, okay? That way it won't be super glued to this. You want it to adhere to it, but not to stick like it's never coming off of there. That's the bottom line. Never, ever, ever use, and I want to stress this, never, ever, ever use your fabric mat with your adhesive backing adhesive to fabric mat. You are never getting that off unless you want to spend 6 years trying to pick it off. It is a challenge for even those of us that have been doing this for a while, and it is not a pleasant experience. I am personally buying a new mat at that point. And unfortunately, all of our mats seem to be on that boat out in California. Okay, so that is my suggestion. Never, ever, ever. And if you use the Applique Wonder from Floriani, never cut without the paper on it. Ever. You will bond it to everything because the Floriani has a tack to it. You put tack to tack, you got a problem. And if you put tack to blade without the tack being covered, you have a problem. All right, so I've got my USB in here. I'm going to choose retrieve data from USB. We're going to find my flam. It'll be in alphabetical order. There we go. We're going to go ahead and touch OK. Since it came from BES Blue, it is set to draw or to cut. So that's why you see that fill pattern in there. If I don't want my fill pattern, I touch edit. Go to object. Let's select all first of all. We're going to go to the 3 magic squares. That is your selection tool, multiple selection key. We're going to select everything, touch OK, and then touch object, edit, and group. Once you have grouped them, then we can turn both the patterns off at one time. Fill pattern, turn it off. Touch OK. Now we're ready to go. We're ready to rock and roll. I'm going to ungroup them, though, because I want my beak to be one color and my flamingo to be another. Now, yes, we're going to have a stars and stripe kind of flamingo today. He's going to have a blue beak and a red body, unless we want a red snowflake body, might I add. So we are feeling a lot like Christmas right now. Let's go ahead and touch OK. Other magical thing about the ScanNCut machine is its background scan feature. There is nothing like the background scan. It is absolutely amazing. 99.9% of the time I use this for my scanner. It's telling me scan the mat to show the background. We're going to go ahead and start. It's going to take a picture of what's on my mat. You'll notice I didn't pay any bit more attention than the man in the moon as to where I placed those fabrics. I peeled the backing off, slapped them down there, and we're ready to go. If I don't have enough fabric to cover, to be able to cut this, I'll be able to see it. I'll be able to know exactly what's there. It lets me use every scrap of fabric that I have. So I'm going to take my flamingo, touch off so that I can get rid of the nose and leave him over there. And I'm going to take my body and put it over the red, take my nose and put it over here. Now, even better, if I want certain snowflakes in the body of my flamingo, I can get certain snowflakes in the body of my flamingo. So we're going to touch edit. I am going to zoom in, and I can zoom in up to 400%. So if I really want to get in there to the nitty gritty, I've got something small, I can zoom right in to see where it is. You take your nose and you move it where you want it to go. So I want that nose to go over that star right there. That's going to be perfect for us, right? It's going to be such a pretty beak. I am being a little facetious there. All right, we're going to move this arrow over here to go over and see where our lovely flamingo is in his snowflake attire. So let's say we want that snowflake right there in the middle of his body. I'm ready to go, right? Go ahead, touch OK. Let's rock and roll and cut. So go ahead and go OK. Go OK again, and please select. Because we do more than cut, we can cut, we can draw, we can emboss, we can engrave. I mean, it's a pseudo engrave, not really engrave, but emboss, deboss, I guess I should say. It can foil, it can use calligraphy, and it can paper pierce. We are going to cut, so you have to tell it, what are you planning on doing with me today? I am using fabric with a black backing, so I want to use my black standard auto blade. This guy right here. The third magical thing about a ScanNCut is there is no computer required unless you're wanting to create an applique here, which could also be done on our Luminaire. So if y'all are thinking about Luminaire, there you go. No computer required with that one. Here we go. This is the auto blade. It has a spring action in it, so it automatically detects your fabric thickness. You do not have to tell it any numbers. You do not have to tell it what you're cutting. It automatically detects it. All you have to know is which blade you're going to use. This one's used when you have no backing on your fabric. That's why it's called the Thin Cotton Fabric Auto Blade. It goes with the gold mat. Gold goes with gold. Black you're going to use for the majority of the things that you do because it is your auto blade. So if I've got backing on it, I'm using my black auto blade. We're going to go ahead and live on the wild side. We are not going to do a test cut. I usually will do a test cut when I'm doing heat applied materials like I have on my shirt, or adhesive materials like to go on a cup or something on a hard surface. So my adhesive vinyls and my heat transfer vinyls, I will tend to do a test cut on those. This one, unless I have a problem cutting or I've been cutting something strange before this. So as I cut, my blade is going to get duller just so, because it's cutting up against plastic. So eventually that tip is going to get dull. So if I've been using this for 6 months, I might start doing a test cut if I start seeing some issues. Then I'll start thinking about what I'm doing a little bit more. But usually we're pretty good. So we're done. Let's unload our mat, touch OK. And here we go. 10 or 2? Okay, so here we go. Those are my 2 pieces. I'm ready to I would stitch my placement lines on my machine, place my fabrics down, press them with an iron, and I'm ready to go rock and roll. Okay? Be sure when you take your hoop in and out of your machine that you do not put your fingers up underneath it like this. You want to make sure that it's flat. Now, BES Blue has 199 fonts built into it. It has what we call word collage, which allows you to add words into a shape, and then more customization can come. It has 809, I think, built-in patterns into it. And it has a lot of arrangement tools in there. It is a good bang for its buck, okay? So thank you all for coming and listening to me. Hopefully I didn't bore you to tears. And you all have a great rest of the day and enjoy your quilt festival. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sorry, that is new. Sorry, I truly didn't mean to yell at you either. Pardon me. There is a new rotary auto blade that allows us to cut unique fabrics, okay? So if you want to see an assortment of what I've cut, you can come over to our table over here. These are my rotary auto blade samples, including this little guy right here. I made this tray on the Brother Sews Facebook Live, not this month, but the month before, so September. And this is a free project on Canvas Workspace. I just added leaves and acorns to it to sew it. But the basic project is free on Canvas Workspace. All right, I got to get off here. They're going to shoot me if I don't get off. I'm going to make somebody late. Talk to y'all later. Bye.
All right, everybody. That was another fantastic demo from the incomparable Cindy Hogan. Thank you so much to Cindy for helping us out during the festival and demoing with us. This has been absolutely awesome. Yes, thank you so much to Cindy for demoing with us. Marcia, the rotary blades are actually on back order. They have been so popular. They have been incredibly popular since Brother announced them. So unfortunately, let me double check this for you, but I am almost positive that the rotary blade is on back order until December. Don't quote me on that just yet. I'm going to pull the information up for you just to double check and make sure. Let's see. Yeah, I will get that information in the chat for you in a second, Marcia. I will look into that for you. Yes, it's such a good product. I see why they were so incredibly popular, why they sold out so fast. So they are truly, truly awesome. Now, Cindy talked a little bit about it again earlier today. So if you missed that, then definitely check out the replay from earlier today, earlier this morning, I think part one of our day today. She talked a little bit about that. So yeah. Now let's take a look at our schedule. It's Saturday. We're about halfway through part 2 of day 4. So we're almost done for today. Thank you all so much for watching with us and hanging out with us in the chat. This has been such a great time. I have had so much fun with all of you hanging out in the chat. So I am going to quickly remind you all of just a few things before we have our next presenter. Now, guys, we are running a mask decorating contest. We have gotten a ton of entries and I'm so excited about that. So I'm going to go ahead and add this to the stream so you can see it. This is allbrands.com/mask. Okay. I'm putting that at the bottom of the screen. It should be going across your screen right now. Now what all you need to do is purchase and you need to purchase or decorate or create and decorate a CDC approved face mask. Now what you're going to do is you're going to take a picture of this mask, okay? And then you're going to upload the picture of your mask. You could be wearing it if you want. You don't have to. You will upload a picture of this mask to this website right here, to allbrands.com/mask, okay? Now, either you can do that or you can submit on Facebook or Instagram with hashtag #allbrandsmask in the caption. It's very important that that's in the caption because that is what is going to enter you into the contest. Now, once you've entered, everyone can vote on their favorite. So guys, even if you're not interested in participating, which you totally should because the prizes are great, but even if you're not, go over there and vote for your favorite mask. Because when the competition ends, when the contest ends November 3rd at 11:59, the person with the most votes is going to be the winner. And the winner is going to get some pretty serious prizes. Now, if you look down here, the winner is going to get a few things. A Brother SE 1900 is in the cards for that winner, which is already awesome. That is a combination sewing and embroidery machine from Brother. It's a really fantastic machine if that's something you're looking for. The winner will not only receive that SE 1900, but they will also receive a Sew Steady mask template, a dime magnetic hoop, and a Durkee flat cap frame. You guys, that is over $1,000 in prizes to the winner of this mask decorating competition. So again, head on over to allbrands.com/mask. And if you scroll down past the entry point, if you scroll down a little bit, you will get to the submissions. Now, these are all of our submissions, and I could not be more excited about all of these. Like, take a look at some of these. These are incredible. These embroidery designs are great. So, and then look, if you go down here to this little vote button, you can vote on your favorites, and that will help you. That will tell you, you can vote. And remember, you only get one entry, so make it count. Make it count. Now, not only are we going to be doing that, But we also have some other stuff that we are doing for the festival. We are going to be giving away, yes, you heard that right. We are giving away a BQ950, another machine in Brothers Quilt Club series. So there are two different ways that you can enter into this BQ950 giveaway. The first one is, and this is free, mind you, this is all free to do. There's no catch, no nothing. You can just enter, all good. So there are two different ways that you can enter this competition. You can enter the giveaway by clicking the link that we just posted down in the chat. It is a signupanywhere.com link that will take you to the form that will register you for that giveaway. So you can either sign up that way. All you got to do is fill it out. That's it. Or you can text giveaway to 225-330-7441. 225-330-7441. Now I'm going to put this down below in the chat as well. And it's also scrolling across the screen. But just remember, giveaway is all one word. Giveaway, one word, giveaway. So you're going to text that number, or you're going to fill out that form, and that will put you in the contest to win that BQ950. So get excited about that. It's a great machine, and I really hope that you do sign up. There's no catch, nothing you have to do on your end besides fill out some paper or send a text. That's it. So that's that. We're doing that. If you have not yet, please go check out allbrands.com/quiltfest with all of our show specials. Now, if you go to that page at the very top, there is a button. There's a button at the top of the page that will say, click here to view all Quilt Fest bundles. And I'll point it out to you. Make sure you go check that out. We have the pamphlet, or we have the flyer with all of our specials. Now, it is time for Becky. So let me go ahead and bring Becky on.
Do a lot of simply applique. This is what this whole demonstration is going to be about. I love to do applique quilts from paper applique patterns. This is a book called Count on It by Nancy Halverson. You guys have seen this in quilt stores. It's all over the country. And one of the things I love to do is to automate this embroidery process and applique, and not have to go what you know how you do regular applique. You take some heat and bond and you put it over a light box or a pattern at the window, and you trace around it, right? And then you take the heat and bond and you iron it to your back of your fabric, okay? Then you have to cut it out around the outside of the fabric, or the inside, as the case may be. And then you have to put that piece, you'll iron it on, and then you put it on your background fabric, and then you stitch, stitch, stop, turn, stitch, oops, fix it, stitch, stitch, stop, dang it, stitch, stitch. I need a glass of wine, right? That's what we do too. That's right. Depending on how tedious that is. That's right. So I really look for a way to automate that process. How can I automate the applique process? The first key to this is the Brothers ScanNCut. The Brothers ScanNCut creates a file called an FCM file. And that FCM file serves two purposes. It will create a cut file to cut out your pieces for you. So no more micro trimming the little holly leaves and Santa's hat down here. All of my samples were made using Simply Applique. And so that all gets done for you, all of your cutting. And then it will create the embroidery file in the you import it into Simply Applique, and it will create the embroidery file for you. It will make your placement stitch, your tack down stitch, and your final satin or blanket stitch. Where's Robert? Robert? Oh, I'm plugged in. Excellent. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is, this is a low tack mat, all right? If you are using anything stickier than a low tack mat, you definitely want to make sure you are not paper side down on your mat, okay? So I am going to, we're going to pretend that I had a scanning mat and I scanned in my number, okay? So I traced the number because the 7 and 8 in the book were kind of laid on top of one another. And if that happens, then you need to get them separate because the computer doesn't know what you want to do. So here's a 7, here's an 8. Today, we're going to make the 7, okay? I think. We'll have to see. So I'm going to pull up, can you see the ScanNCut? I'm going to retrieve data, and I'm going to go to my USB. It wants to know, where do you want to get the data from? You can get it from inside the machine, wireless with the little radar waves. You can use a USB, or you might be cabled to your computer. I'm going to get it from the USB. And let me go all the way down and then back up a bit. Where's my 7 PES? Let's see. Let's do the 4. Why not? So this one right here, that's the number 4. It looks right. I don't need to mirror it at all. So I'm going to take my heat and bond is already, this is heat and bond light. It's already on the back of my fabric. Isn't this precious? This stuff is cozy up from Corey Yoder. So I'm going to put it on my mat, and it doesn't matter where I put it on my mat. I'm going to load my mat. And the beauty of the ScanNCut is the ability to scan the fabric and see where it's at. So I'm going to tell it, okay, I just pulled that up. All right. This blue box with a bar across it, that's the scanning bar, okay? So I'm going to touch that. That's the button. I'm going to hit start. And what's happening right now is the ScanNCut is taking a picture of what's on the mat. So it's going to see where I put my fabric. This is fabulous. So for the Santa Claus or the snowman down here, I put individual color pieces of fabric in different quadrants of the mat. Yes, ma'am. I put the heat and bond side down on a low tack mat. Okay. So the 4 looks like it's in good spot, isn't it? But even if it wasn't, I could grab it, and I see how the red line came up. I can move it around, and I can put it exactly where I want it to be. But isn't that nice? That's really a nice thing right there. I got to clean up on all 6 back here. So what I want to do now is cut out that 4. Okay, so I'm just going to hit OK. I don't need to edit it. I don't need to do anything to it. I'm going to select. I'm going to hit cut. You want to make sure that half cut is off. You use half cut for heat transfer vinyl, and it never fails. I'll do heat transfer vinyl, and then I'll switch to fabric, and then I mess it up. Yeah. So I'm just going to hit start. So now in less than a minute, my applique shape that I scanned into the ScanNCut that created that picture, that FCM file, what this machine does that the old CM model does not do is what this machine, it'll come over and it tests, and it has an auto depth finder. So I don't have to do any tests. The old CM model, you had to test and make sure it was going to cut and try it till you got it right. You don't have to do that with this new one. Oh, we're done. Yay. Look at that. Okay. So I'm going to eject the mat. Is my iron on? No, I need to be plugged in, and if you would turn it on high, please. Okay. So let's see how we did. How about that? Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? When you're making a monster quilt, 5 monsters across and 5 monsters down, and you've got 25 sets of eyeballs and 25 sets of pupils, who wants to cut those out by hand? Anybody? Nope. ScanNCut, you guys. ScanNCut. Seriously. One of the things you need to make sure of is that you don't stretch the fabric as you pull it off the mat. Okay, that's really easy to do. Normally, I'd use a little spatula. I didn't bring my spatula with me, so I'm just going to pull this up. Now what I need to do is I need to create the embroidery file from that same FCM file. We need the HDMI cable hooked up to my laptop, please. Okay. So I would say save it to the USB. Anybody who watches me, you guys know I'm wireless because I'm lazy, right? I'm just going to send it automatically up to the Brother Canvas. And in the Brother Canvas, you can download the cut file, and you can download the FCM file to your laptop or your desktop. A lot of people ask, can you use this on a Mac? You can use it on a Mac. I talked to Joanne Banco from Let's Go Sew, and she has successfully used it on a Mac with Parallels and a Windows operating system. I'm over here on this side. Yeah, okay. But this file format was designed by an engineer from Microsoft, which is why it works natively on a Windows PC. Okay. So Simply Applique software is a module inside of BES4 software. So if you have BES4 software, you don't need Simply Applique. But if you don't, Simply Applique is incredibly inexpensive, and it is so good at what it does. It doesn't do a lot, but what it does do, it does amazing. So let me get my laptop up and running here. So here is Simply Applique. I am running BES4. I have Simply Applique on my other computer.
All right, guys, we have some sound issues with Becky. I apologize for the technical difficulties, but we are trying to get that up as soon as possible. And I'm answering a few questions in the chat. And to answer a few just out loud. Oh, looks like we got Becky.
That does not work with this software. So
Here we go.
it's frustrating if you don't know how to do that. So I'm going to click the B and import FCM. You see what I'm doing there on that menu? Oh, yeah. You click the B, it's like file, okay? And there's new and open, and then scroll down, there's import FCM, okay? Do that. So where do you want to get it? I'm going to get it. Let's see if this is the FCM file. See over here, file type FCM. See that? File type. You can scroll over and see that. All right, so I'm going to get the 4. And I'm going to click open. We good? All right. So right now, this is that scanned image that I scanned into the ScanNCut. And this is the same file that created the cut file of the 4. But now what I'm going to do, when you first pull it up, it looks like this, and it does a whole bunch of other stuff. Okay, it's got all these other things. Don't worry about any of that. That's not a big deal. You want to come over here to Tools. See the Tools tab? Click that. You make sure it's highlighted and over here in the sequence view down below. And here, all the way over here on the end, you see it says Convert to Applique. I'm going to touch that. Don't blink. Ready? Ta-da! So what has happened now, I'm going to come over here in this sequence view. I'm going to click the plus sign. And there is the applique file. And when I open this up, there is your placement stitch. There's your tack down stitch. And there's your final satin stitch. Well, I don't want a satin stitch. I want a blanket stitch. So let's look all the way over here on the other side of the screen in the properties panel, and where it says applique. See, it says applique type and it says satin. I'm going to click that drop down arrow right there, and I'm going to click on blanket. And I'm going to come, and these are default settings. I'm just going to leave them right now. I'm going to click apply. Ta-da! Isn't that awesome? I'm finished with this. Now, Simply Applique will save to any home embroidery machine format. It'll work on a Brother, of course. It'll work on a Husqvarna, a Pfaff, a Singer, you name it, a Viking. It will work on any home embroidery machine format. So now all I need to do is save it. I'm going to say File up here, File. I'm going to scroll down to Save As. And it defaults to Paste Setter Outline BRF file. I don't want that. I'm going to hit the drop down arrow and look at all of the different files, the Genome. Look at all of the different machines it'll save to. So I'm going to save it to Brother Baby Lock Bernina, PES. And there it is right there. I just will save over that one, the 4. It's going to say, do you want to save over it? I'm going to tell it yes. Do you want to replace it? I'm going to tell it yes. So it's done. I'm finished. Now I'm going to take my USB that I saved it to. I'm all done with the computer. I'm going to put the USB drive in the Luminaire. I already have my background right here in my hoop. This is a piece of poly mesh, and this is fused to a piece of Pellon 987F. Okay, so I have floated this in here with a couple of pins. All right, so I'm going to go ahead. Looks like there's purple thread in there. For brevity's sake, I don't think I want to change it. Okay, we'll just stitch it down with purple. Why not, right? That'll be pretty. I'm going to pull up embroidery. Is the sewing machine on the screen? Robert, sewing machine, please. Yes, good. Okay. I'm going to touch embroidery. And I'm going to go to the pocket for memory. And it wants to know, where do you want to get it from? You can get it from inside the machine, which is highlighted. And then there is the USB, universal symbol for USB. And there's my 4 right there. Take my 4, embroidery data, thread information, blah, blah, don't care. Don't care, doesn't matter, okay? And I'm just gonna hit set. The only thing I need to do now is make sure that it's gonna be placed on my fabric where I want it. And so all I'm gonna do, because I have a Luminaire, a fancy camera with a fancy computer, embroidery machine with a camera system. That's what I'm trying to get out. I'm going to hit the scanning button, and I'm going to see the camera up here at the top, and then I'm going to hit scan. And it says it's going to move. I'm going to tell it okay. Now the embroidery machine is taking a picture of where the fabric is in the hoop. You cannot mess this up. Well, you can, those of you that were here yesterday. That was my fault. Look at that. That looks pretty good. Now you can tell from the red outline around the 4 that it's a little bit off center. It could go a little bit higher, right? What do you got? You can't see my screen, Robert. They can't see this.
I gotta pick one of the other.
Oh, okay. Can you guys see the screen now? Okay, so you can tell by the red line around the applique pattern that it's not centered. So I'm just going to close this, and now I'm going to go to edit. And you can do move or you can do rotate. Now I like to hit, if I hit move, this is just a learning thing. There's some toggle buttons down here. You can move it, but let me go back. And if I hit rotate, not only do I get my toggle buttons, I get my rotate buttons as well. So that's just all in one spot, and that's kind of handy. So I'm going to bump it up. It looks like it is fairly centered, but I'm just going to even it out. Okay. Does that look center, you guys? Close enough for government work? I'm a former government employee, right? That's okay? Not postal service. Don't get mad at me. All right. And I'm done. I'm going to hit the embroidery button. My light has turned green on the machine, and I'm ready to go. It's going to stitch the placement stitch right now. Do you know what speed we're on the machine? Because it's slow. Oh, it's fast. I turned it up yesterday. Yeah. It was on 350 and I bumped it up to default. Yeah. Good. Where's my steady Betty? Where's she at? There it is. Okay. I got my steady Betty. It's actually my woolly Betty. Love these. Love these. I like these because when you're doing applique, it can sit on your lap and you can just iron your pieces down easy. Can you guys see the stitch line? It's in the light purple. Can you see it? Okay. I'm going to take it out of here. And now I'm going to iron my 4 down that was cut out on the ScanNCut. So I don't have to cut out the pieces. and I don't have to sew them down. Why? Because I'm lazy, remember? All right. Because I'm a lazy government employee, that's right. Oh, I love this stuff. Love this software. These are cool, you guys. That wireless Panasonic's pretty hot stuff. Haha. All right. Okay. For the sake of brevity, I am not going to do the tack down stitch because I just ironed it down. We don't need to do that. So I'm going to go on my screen to the needle plus minus button, and I'm going to jump ahead one stitch to the final blanket stitch, right? Okay, I'm just going to hit the green button and let it do its thing. And that's it. That's how simple it is to take a paper applique pattern, scan it into the Brother ScanNCut, let it make the FCM file, let it cut out your applique pieces, and then use Simply Applique software to create the digitized embroidery file for that. It's fun, it's fast, and I can make all of those just in no time at all. It's amazing. So the software sells for $169, which is dirt cheap for embroidery software. It does some other things that are a lot of fun to do too, but this is what I use it for all the time. And if you guys ever want to know how to do this, I'm Becky Thompson, Power Tools with Thread on YouTube. Check out my channel, subscribe, follow me. And I do step-by-step instructions, exactly how to do it. We'll go through all the process with the ScanNCut. We got people who have watched me do it and follow me and know you can always stop the video and stop it and do what you got to do and stop it and do what you got to do. So that's it, you guys. I'm all done. Thank you. Okay, my husband's got those too. So there's brochures for the ScanNCut and for, yeah. And if anybody wants one of my green tote bags, we've got them over here where I was standing over by the weightless quilter. So how'd I do today, ladies? Yay, practice makes perfect.
All right, you guys, while we are waiting for this design to finish stitching out, I want to thank all of you who have been watching. You just watched the awesome Becky Thompson do a demonstration on Simply Applique. I hope that you enjoyed that, and I hope you learned something. Simply Applique, a little bit of a tongue twister. Simply Applique is absolutely fantastic, an incredibly useful tool if you are looking to do anything like that. It's great. It's great. Absolutely great. So, and if you haven't yet, Becky Thompson also has a YouTube channel. So if you want to, if you want to, you can go ahead and subscribe to her channel. Her channel is Power Tools with Thread. She's got a really great following and a great presence there. And I know some of you are probably watching because you are fans of Becky. So for that, we thank you so very much for watching today. So let's take a look at the schedule. We don't have much left to go today. So we just finished Becky Thompson. Now, coming up in 5 minutes will be the next or the only other time you will get to see Angela Wolf live at our booth at the Houston Quilt Festival this year. Excuse me. Unfortunately, at 5 o'clock, that is Angela's last time slot with us, but we are so thankful to her for being part of our booth this year. We really do appreciate all of our presenters who have been working really hard before the festival, all that to give you some incredible demonstrations and knowledge. Now, you guys, this has been such a fantastic day. Yes, Mary Strong, member of the Wolf Pack. Yes, Wolf Pack, sound off in the chat. I love knowing who's a member of the Wolf Pack here. So yes, it is so great. It is so great. So let's see what we've got going on. So guys, after Angela, we only have one more live presenter today, and that will wrap up our Saturday. So after Angela, we will have Coleen Swettman doing multi-needle embroidery, and that will be our last live demonstration of the day. Let me go ahead and bring on, I see some commotion over in the booth. Let's pull them up. Hi. Hey, guys.
Hi. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
The whole stadium can hear us.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Callie. We're at Houston Quilt
Hello.
Festival. Hey, everyone.
Hey.
It's Hi. So, Angela, what do you think of the show so far?
I have to tell you, the show is amazing. If you're not here, you have to come at least for tomorrow. This is one of the best shows. Hey, we look like superstars. Woo! Anyways, the deals are fantastic. I hope to see you. I will be here the rest of the day. Tomorrow is the last day for all these fabulous deals. I'm going to go on stage right now to get ready for a Luminaire presentation. Hey, Wolfpack, I see you all rolling in. And so if you're on here in a few minutes, you'll be able to watch that. So now, Barbara, you should tell them about some of these crazy deals, and everything is selling. It's amazing.
Oh my gosh. So we ring a bell every time a machine is sold or an angel gets its wings. Right? And I love the Houston Quilt Festival. If you aren't here right now, it's not too late. You can still come to the George R. Brown. We're open until 7 tonight and tomorrow all day. And the quilts are beautiful.
They are gorgeous. Did you see the Princess Diana quilts?
Yes.
They are amazing.
They are phenomenal. But what's the best thing about the Houston Quilt Festival is all of these amazing deals on these machines. So don't miss out. Give us a call, 866-255-2726. If you aren't able to get through, leave us a voicemail. Email us at csrgroup@allbrands.com or events@allbrands.com. We will get you these amazing deals and pricing just for you, just in time for Christmas, right?
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe the amazing deals.
Yeah. Yes. And Margie is our store manager for our Houston location. What do you think? What do you think about the new 6 needle that just came out?
You know, when I got my first one, it came in the door and out the door, so I didn't even get to unbox it. This week is the first time that I've actually got to put my hands on it. Oh my gosh, it is amazing. Yes. Absolutely amazing.
There's a crosshair laser for positioning on the new PR680W. It's the hot new machine. But I think the most popular machine at the quilt show is definitely the Brother Luminaire with My Design Center, scanning and camera, hands down. Don't miss your chance. This is the time to buy the best deals and packages of the year. I spend all year getting these bundles together just for you. So definitely don't miss out. And the sales end on November 1st. That's Monday, November 1st at 6 p.m.
Awesome.
Yes.
That means we can do it on Monday at work?
Yes.
So you guys come see me. I'll be in Houston on Monday. So I'll be more than happy to give you the quilt show deals, right?
Yes.
All the bundles, everything that goes with it. Mm-hmm. Holy moly.
Yes. Just contact us. We can make it happen for you. So Callie, how's it going at the home office?
It is, oh my gosh, you guys, we are having so much fun in the chat right now. We have been having a great time all day. So many people have been hanging out with us all day for every single day that we've been streaming, and I admire that so much. Thank you all so much for those of you who have been watching point blank period. It's been fantastic. It's been so much fun.
Oh my gosh. And Angela Wolf is going to be on in just a few minutes, showing the Brother XP2 Luminaire sewing and embroidery machine by Brother with My Design Center. And when you buy this machine, you get a ScanNCut, a P-Touch Elite. You get a rebate for the full PE Design 11 digitizing software. You get a masterclass with Angela Wolf. You get so many things.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
amazing.
Yes.
It is. It is totally amazing.
Here, I'm
Yeah,
gonna share
especially
this.
the ScanNCut. That's my favorite.
Yes, y'all look.
The good
This
thing is they talk together.
this is our flyer.
I
and
mean,
this is everything.
they work so well together. It's not even funny.
Yeah, and the new playbook comes with the bundle
the
as
playbook.
well,
Yes.
and
Yes, guys,
a
it's so
thread
great.
kit from Brother, the My Design artist pin, the best. Oh, hi Arnell, it's so good to see you. Thank you for watching. If
Yes,
you're a
we got members of the
Wolfpack
Wolfpack down
member,
here.
there's a lot of you here already. Just let us know in the comments on there. Oh my gosh, it's so good to see
So
you.
can I say something? So we have a contest going on, right? And it's called the mask.
Yes.
So, okay, everybody get a good look at my mask. Go to AllBrands. All right, go to allbrands.com and /mask and vote for this mask.
No, you can't win. You work here.
Oh, wait a minute. But I'm showing this. It's not for me.
It is awfully cute, Angela says. Good job on sewing such a fun, exciting Halloween mask. And yes, go to allbrands.com/mask to participate in that. We're also doing a giveaway for an SE, a BQ 950.
BQ
How do they
950.
enter to win that separate competition?
Yes, guys. So this, there are two different ways that you can enter this competition. So we have a form down in the comments that you can fill out and answer. Just fill it out. It's free, no catch, no nothing. You can either fill that out or you can text giveaway, all one word, to 225-330-7441, and that will enter you into the giveaway as well.
Don't miss out on these specials. It's a once in a lifetime offer. And I know because this is the best specials that we've ever had any quilt show ever. So don't miss your chance. So Angela
Not
Wolf
miss.
will be here in just a few moments. Is she ready to go? Hi. All right. Well, I'm going to send her the microphone. And she has a very cute fishing skirt to show you. So without further ado, here is Angela Wolf. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. How are you? I love your mask. That's some bling. So, the whole mask thing, it's great, right? I always say it'd be better if this was an exfoliating thing, but it's not. It just makes pimples. And now I've learned that it makes you cough. So then when you put like a cough drop in your mouth, then all of a sudden you like die of, what's that? Meth? Not literally meth. You know what I mean. So no cough drops while you have your mask on. You can't breathe. All right, so your job will be to say camera 1 or 2. It'll take him a second to get started. So those of you that don't know me, I am Angela Wolf. Do anybody here from the Wolf Pack, or do you follow me on any social media? I have live shows. I'm a host of It's So Easy TV, and I have live shows on YouTube and Facebook Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I also have a private group, Fashion Sewing Club, if you want to learn how to sew clothes. I only pointed at her because she said she'd like to learn how to sew clothes. All right, so today I'm going to tell you my favorite things on the Luminaire because I love this machine. And if you buy the machine, you actually get me in the box. Not literally, but there's like 25 videos. Actually, I think there's maybe even more than that, where I teach you from turning it on all the way through some awesome projects. And the videos you can stop and start. So when you get home, if you have this, I'll be in the room with you. All these designs are built in, by the way. This is something I made. You guys watch when I make my invisible, I call my invisible tattoos, where I embroider on sheer. This is all tulle, and then I attached it to this gown here. So lovely. And this is I made with the ScanNCut. I know you saw a ScanNCut lesson a few minutes ago. So all of these flowers are on the ScanNCut. I pressed them onto the skirt and then embroidered over it so they didn't fall off if I sat down. Just fun things. All right, so let's get started. How many here actually have a Luminaire? Oh, 2, 3. And who wants a Luminaire? And even if you have other products, I'm going to show you a few things that might be on your machine, but it'll be fun anyways. So earlier we were talking about the scanning mat, and I'm going to show you that. So I want to go on here. I'm just going to So this is camera 1 and this is camera 2. So if you're watching the wrong one, you guys just yell 1 or 2 and he'll switch it for you, okay? Because I can't see it. All right, so can you see the screen here? So this machine has so many different options. Obviously, you can sew on it. And when you sew on it, you can either take this off, which you just pull the handle and take it off, or you can leave it on. It does it both ways. So if you're doing a quick embroidery project and you want to sew, you do not have to remove this if you don't want to. You have sewing, you have embroidery, you have Disney. If you like Disney, there are a lot of Disney options on here. I will show you all of these just real quick. The screen is very large. You can scroll through things. You can go to different areas here. It brings it up on the screen. You can actually make this bigger by a touch screen. You can also make this larger or smaller with this here. Glasses. It's the end of the week and I still have my glasses. That's a miracle. All right, so you can see it on the screen like this. Move it around. Maybe. This is the princess ones. So my nieces are 3, and this is what they're getting for Christmas, by the way. I think it's so cute. All right, back here. I want to show you my design center. And if any of you have a brother machine, do any of you have like the Dream machine or any of the machines that had my design center on it? If you do, you want to go back and watch those previous YouTube videos because they're all, the last 3 weeks, that's all we've taught. In fact, people who don't have that my design center, they're like, will you stop already? Because I really want it. But you'll get a lot of good tutorials. So this machine comes with a scanning mat. Now you can also take a photo with the app, but the scanning mat's kind of cool. So all those coloring books that we see when you go to the bookstore, now that they're open again, and now there's a lot of coloring books. They must think that's all we have time to do when we're stuck at home. But the coloring books are great opportunities to put in here. You can turn it into embroidery. You can turn it into a lot of different things. But I'm going to take this. I'm going to slide it in here. This slides in just like an embroidery hoop. And this is how easy the embroidery hoops go on and off too, by the way, in case you didn't know that. All right, am I in your way or am I okay? Okay, so here's the screen. And I'm going to scan this in. You can scan in an image, a line design, or an illustration. So I'll just scan in the line design. It tells you what to do. Like you literally cannot screw this up. Well, you might be able to, but if you follow the screen, you should be fine. So I'm going to scan it. Click scan. And it just takes a couple seconds. Now make sure that if you're sitting in front of this, the scanning or your embroidery hoop, that you don't hit it. So if you have a larger chest, my mom was sitting one time in front of one of these hoops and I'm like, Mom, you can't hit the hoop and you're going to mess up the... Or have you ever been to a class when they have like, how many of you have been to a class where they've got rows of these beautiful luminaires? And if you're in my class, I always have everybody using the largest hoop. So you've got this thing going like this. So it usually hits somebody on one side or the other. Well, the good news is when you turn the machine off and on, it'll recalculate itself. But so this scans it in. And then it's still scanning. I don't think that was for me, but no, that means they sold the machine. But I can pretend. Okay, so see this image here? And here, you don't want to embroider the magnets. So you have options with these arrows to slide this in. And I'm getting the arrows out, or I'm getting the magnets out of there. Slide this in a little bit. And you can make this darker. You have options to do just a straight stitch on here or a satin stitch. All these options. I'm just going to click OK. Click set. And there we go. You can remove the background so I can take my magnets off, or maybe I want this darker. Now, by the way, this scanning, what you can do is scan in your fabric, and your fabric will show up on here and you will know exactly where to put a design. That's one way of designing, okay? I'll show you others too. But I could scan in my fabric and create, well, how many of you quilt? I mean, you're at the quilting show, but I don't quilt. Do you quilt? Like half of you? Okay. How many of you sew garments? Oh, good. Half of you. Perfect. So if you wanted to add fills, you probably heard me talk about that. So in here, I'm going to remove this background. And I'm going to add another shape here. I'll just add a flower. And I'm going to bring that up here. You can change the size, make it smaller. You can actually also tell this what hoop you're going to use, which I love that before you start designing. So if you plan on using a smaller hoop and you're going to design, it'll show you where that hoop is. So that way it doesn't say, change to a bigger hoop, and then you got to change everything around. And that is just right in here. This is a section where you have all of your fills. Well, actually, this is the fill section. You can fill anything with a satin stitch. So let me show you what that looks like. There's a bucket to fill. This is also a paintbrush where you could just draw in here. If you want to customize something yourself, this is so ideal. Okay, I just filled that with a satin stitch. Maybe I want to fill it with stippling. Let's change it to stippling. Maybe. Now this is when I talk about fills. The Luminaire has a gazillion of these. Not literally, that's really not a number, but if you scroll through here, all of these would be beautiful, right? And if you know me well, you know I love to fish, and they even put fish in here. I'm sure it was not because of me, but it's a bonus. So here's fish. Let's just change the color, and I can fill it with fish. See how that's how easy that happens. So you can fill anything. So another thing you can do is actually scan in your fabric, and you could draw on here and create your own fills just by touching the screen. I'm using my finger, but there is also a stylus that comes with the machine. Your biggest job is to make sure it has batteries, because we use this for sewing, and this works on the screen. So maybe I want to just make you can draw with fills. Are you getting the idea? It does a lot. So that's my design center, and there's so much you can do in there. So I'm going to if you were doing this yourself, I mean, I don't think I really want that whole design like that, but once it goes to this area here, you still have options. Up here are arrows to go through each section. Do you want to have it have a straight stitch? Do you want a satin stitch? And on the fill, I have options to change the density. I can turn the fills different ways. You have a lot of options here for things. Click it to set, and it's ready to embroider. Now that looks a little bit like a hot mess, but that I just wanted to show you that could be embroidered. All right, let's go into the embroidery side for a second. In embroidery, let me find something like, as you can see, you can scroll through here. There are a ton of designs. So this little bear here, they have all these numbers, like for birthdays. So my little nieces are 3. Click set. They are so cute. They are not identical, and they are nothing alike. But one's a redhead and one's a blonde. My sister is going to have her hands full, but they are so cute. So I'm trying to work on their Christmas gifts. And I'm just going to slide this under here so you can see what this looks like. If you didn't notice, this hoop is huge. I can embroider an entire sleeve. I can do half of a leg. You could do a part of a quilt. And have you seen the new magnetic hoops that we have now? We have them in different sizes. So those of you that love to quilt, they're over here, and you'll have to come and see those. All right, so can you see this right here? All right, I'm just going to send this. There's an icon that we call projector, and I'll show you when I come back to that screen, but watch down here. So if you've ever wondered about how am I going to get the embroidery into the right place, this is so perfect. Can you see the 3 down there? You can make this darker. There you can see the 3. You can make it a little lighter. You can make it super bright. So if you're working on a dark fabric or a light fabric, it makes it very easy. Now this box is only a certain size. You're probably thinking, why can't it show the whole hoop? Well, on this screen, number 2. Got it? Okay, if I move this box around, as you can see, it moves on here. So right here, you see nothing. Camera 1. And you see nothing because there's nothing on the screen. If I go back down here to part of the 3 again, there's the 3. I can move it over. And as I move it, it is the exact placement on here. So that is what we call the projector. That's one of the coolest things. I remember I had the Dream Machine, and I was thinking, how could it possibly get better than that? Well, that. Even the fly likes it. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the sewing side. Now, if you watched this morning, I showed how to do a lot of, there's quilt sashing, there's things like that in here. All of that's in the class as well. But I want to show you a little bit about the sewing side, because you guys said you quilt and you sew. So I'm going to get this out of the way. Never put these on the floor. I was at an event one time, somebody put it on the floor and they tripped and they stepped on it and it broke. Now, if you look at the back side of this hoop, which you can't see, it has metal on it, so it shouldn't break. But if you step on it, it will break. All right, so on the sewing side, we'll go to camera 2. Can you see camera 2? Camera 2. Oh, I like the ears. Okay, on the sewing side, this is another place that the projector comes in, and this is where this comes in handy. So there's a button on here. You press it, and it has a little light. And now let's watch the magic. So you have all of these stitches here, beautiful buttonholes. How many of you like to put buttonholes in? Probably nobody. But they have this new buttonhole foot. It's right here. And it looks like a very odd contraption, right? But now you can actually put a buttonhole in a very sheer piece of fabric. You can put a buttonhole in a knit, chiffon. Oh, yeah. So your fabric goes here, and this lays on top. And then your buttonhole sews just like a regular buttonhole. But because you have that metal plate under the bottom, it doesn't stretch your fabric. So in the old days, I wouldn't put a buttonhole in anything because the first one might turn out okay. But if you had multiple, forget it. This is like a foolproof buttonhole. So you have a ton of those in here. And you can see there's a lot of buttonholes, a lot of options. I'm just going to go to character decorative stitches because there are a ton in here. I'll just pick, let's just pick this one. Now I can see it on the screen. I want to see it down here because maybe you have your fabric and you're like, what is that stitch going to look like down there? Let me just put a piece of fabric up so you can see. I'll try green this time. All right, so on this screen, I will click the projector again. And what it'll do is it'll blank out this screen, so I can't use it, and everything goes down here. So now go to camera 1. You are on it. And can you all see that right here? So I can also make this color red, black, whatever color looks the best. Yellow, you can't see it all, but can you see that blue design pretty good? All right, so with this pen, everything here, if you touch the white button, you can touch any of these and change. So if I touch right here, now it shows me the design I chose and the design on each side. So you saw all those designs on the screen, right? I choose that one, and on each side is going to be something different. I can click these arrows, and it will go right through all of these. You can see them changing right on your fabric. So if you wanted to know what is this going to look like on my fabric, that's what it's going to look like. You'll know how long it is. Sometimes you look at one of these stitches and you might think it's this long or this big. Now you know exactly what size it's going to be. Click set. And then you can make these wider or narrower. You can make them longer, all right here by touching the button and touching this. Excuse me. It's not too dry in here, right? And then when you have your mind made up, just click the X and you can sew. All right, one more thing on here to screen this one. Excuse me. Well, you guys have, I'll grab my water. That's what I get for talking without my mask, right? All right, so this camera here shows you on, so there's the projector, and then here is the laser light. And now look down here. Do you see that grid? Sorry, guys. Can you see the grid up there? So I can make that bigger or smaller. You can also have lines like this if you're doing quilting and you're trying to make a perfect turn. If you're doing top stitching, there's a straight line. You can make these wider apart if you want to have a seam allowance. And I can make the grid larger and smaller. All of these are guides, by the way, to help yourself doing stitching. Any questions? You guys are all so in tune. But let me see what time it is because I want to make sure we have a giveaway. Will you remind your sister that we have a giveaway? I'll make it 5 more minutes. I've been talking too much today. You guys are all like, I'm like, is everybody awake? Everybody's zoned. It's the end of the day. If I'm that boring, you can take a nap. It's okay. Just don't snore. I might throw something at you. Not literally. All right, so can you see this screen or that screen? That? The material? All right, well, I'll show you a few more things on there until he comes back. All right, so on here, you can see these angles, and these will go 60 degrees, 90 degree. You can make your seam allowances larger and smaller. How many of you had the Dream Machine? Did anyone say they had the Dream Machine or the Stellaire? So you had the straight laser light, remember? So now you have a laser light that you can actually make longer. And you can also have 2 laser lights so you can see your seam allowance. Oh, so you see this now? Okay, so let me go back here. See how you can change those. Now you have 2 of these. On the main screen, I can also make this a long line, a short line, which we couldn't do that before. So the laser light, by the way, I remember when they first came out with that. I mean, I literally sewed 10 hours a day, maybe 12, because I designed clothes for people. And I would think, okay, really? I can sew straight in my sleep. But when you're sewing, quite often you're leaning over and you're staring at the needle. And I noticed when I did a few videos for the laser light to make it look cool, I realized myself that I was actually sitting up because I'm looking right here instead of up here and lining up my lines. So sometimes it comes into good place, sometimes not. But if you're doing quilted, you can put that line right down your seam, or if you're doing top stitching, put this next to the edge of the fabric and that where you want to sew, and everything's perfectly straight. And if it's not, just call it a design element. All right, and one more thing I want to show you. So let's go to camera 2. Oh, cool. You mean after 2 days? No, I'm just teasing. We need to give a round of applause for our IT guy. All right, so on here, by the way, on the machine, you have a ton of settings. And you know it has what we call an AHA feature. It knows how thick your fabric is. And I always think, like, that's like a thermos. How does it know if it's going to be hot or cold? Well, on here, you have to change the settings. So in here, you have so many options. You can make this light on your screen, light and dark. I'm going to make it light again so you can see it. This light here, maybe you're working on a project and you don't want it that light. You can change that. Let me go through here and show you some of these things. Oh, by the way, they have background displays. Anyways, there's the fabric thickness. You have to turn it on. So I think I had the Dream Machine for like 2 years and didn't know I never had it turned on. I'm like, this does not know what fabric I'm using. Well, you have to turn it on. And that's it. That's how easy it is. So this is where you get to all of your settings. And this button here are videos. Now, I told you I gave you videos, but let's just say you're on here and you're like, I don't know how to do a buttonhole. I don't know how to do this. You can click on any of these. Okay, maybe not because I have this attached. It'll tell you if you can't do something. But on here, you can click on any of these items and guess what shows up? A video right on the screen. So if you're trying to get something done and you're like, I don't know how to get to that part, there's a gazillion videos in here. And as you see, it walks you through everything. So those are my favorite features. There's a gazillion others. And by the way, there are a ton of free videos. I think I host At Your Side virtually on Brother Sew's Facebook and YouTube pages. And we have over, I think we're on number 200 videos. So you could binge watch for days. But I do have a giveaway for you. So do you have any questions on the machine before I let you go and do a giveaway? And by the way, if you want to know anything about the machine, they're over here. They're giving an amazing deal. And part of the things about here is they put a package together. So it includes like the new ScanNCut. It includes so many other things. Of course, my classes. So you might want to check that out. And also, when I'm finished with your giveaway, I'll be over there for any of you. I know a lot of you are fans of the show and stuff. If you want to get a photograph or an autograph, I would love to. And then, you know, you might get a cup of coffee off of that someday if I die. But in the meantime, all right, Barbara, I think what do we have to give away today?
Oh, we have tons to give away.
Oh, we do? Okay, so this is how it's going to work. She has, oh, look at all these giveaways. We've got some thread. And tell them about this thread.
This is Kingstar polyester core wound. This is Kingstar thread. It has a polyester core, and wrapped around it is metallic, so it's very strong. It doesn't break. You can embroider with it and sew with it, and it works like a dream. It's wonderful. We have it under the big red tent there, and yeah, it's just, I love it. Have you used it?
I have. It works really well. By the way, how many of you use metallic thread? How many of you like cry if I say metallic thread? Remember the old days where you'd have to put it like way on the other side of the room and wait till it unwinds? Yeah, don't do that anymore. All right.
And then we have some Schmetz needle catalogs here.
Needle catalogs. And it's actually their newest stuff too. So, okay, so this is how it works. We'll start with you. You be number 1, and then you just say your number and go in order. I love your mask. You can't be in. She works here. Oh, how did I miss you? 20. That's got to be a lucky number. I like your mask too. Okay, first up.
All right. So can we get a drum roll, please? We're going to be giving away a pink spool of Kingstar thread.
And
the winning number
is 17. Oh, there you go. We'd throw it, but if we hit you, we don't. You guys, they're all getting a little tired. We better not throw anything. But nobody's snoring yet, so we're doing good. All right, why don't we do a needle package, right? Yes. Oh, it's not needles. It's actually the catalogs. Yep. Do any of you get the newsletter for Schmetz Needles? They have a great newsletter. They featured me in it yesterday with my clapper. My 2 seconds of fame. But I love Rhonda, so this is a great project.
And I love your clapper too.
Oh, thank you.
I have it. I use it all the time. Okay, drum roll, please.
Oh, 17. Oh, got to do it again. Well, tell Google, no 17. No, you must be lucky. You better go buy a lottery ticket today. Number 2. Dubois. That's a beautiful name. All right.
Okay, our next thing is the pink.
Oh, I love the pink.
And that goes to number
5. There you are. Thank you for passing it. Oh my gosh, your bag has cats on it. That's so cute. Did you make that? Oh, I had a cat for like 20 some years, by the way, and I would have embroidered it if he was still alive, but he didn't die because I embroidered him. But I mean, no, I didn't embroider him, but he used to lay on my machine, and I'd have to be careful because if I was sewing, he would want his paws in there. He used to, by the way, one more quick story. When I would fit my customers, I had stairs, and that cat would sit on like stair number 3, and he watched me pin customers because I designed clothes for people. And all of a sudden one day he reached his mouth on the pin cushion and put it in my hand. I think my customer and I both almost fainted, and I was like, "Oh, don't swallow that pin." But for the next 3 years, he'd hand me every pin. And this is pre-YouTube. I would have been a millionaire by now if I would have gotten a video of that. And now the cat's dead. What a bummer. But I still love embroidery. All right. Oh, one of my favorite numbers, 22. Could you pass this to the lady in the back with the beautiful heart on her shirt? All right. More thread. Another metallic thread. Number 16. There you go. And another.
Yes, but last but not least, we have amazing specials on these machines. So if you would like to see more, see Barb or any of us in the brother booth afterwards, we'd love to show you more about these amazing machines. So,
By the way, do you see that purse right there? Did you know that Barb made that on this machine? Did you guys see this? It's beautiful. It's all velvet. Barb, we're showing off your bag. Don't tell her I threw it. Oh, and the mini. Isn't that cute? I don't know if that would fit on a onesie. That might be a really big baby, but you could go for like the 3-year-old, right? Oh gosh, don't be offended if your baby's that big, okay? I was just thinking like, you know, tall, I meant, not big.
so last but not least, number 19.
Number 19. Woo! Congratulations. And thank you all for coming. It's so nice to see you. Have fun. Have fun shopping. I'll be over here if you want to see me. And then there's another presentation coming up right after me. Bye, everyone.
Yes, guys, there is another presentation coming up right after this. So after Angela, and thank you so much to Angela for her last Brother XP2 demonstration of the weekend of the festival. Give Angela some love in the chat, and thank you so much to all of the members of her wolf pack who came and supported her and were watching our coverage. Thank you so much. It has been great, and congratulations to all those giveaway winners. I am really excited for you guys. So cool, right? So guys, we only have one more live demonstration for the day, but wait, hold on, something going on in the booth. Oh, let's see. Hi. Oh, wait,
Kelly.
oh, there we go. I can hear you. Hi.
We have Jerry Granada backstage.
Yes, hi, Jerry.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here at the International Quilt Festival in Houston.
The musicians.
Yeah.
Right?
We're just going to sing our way through this presentation. Yeah, that's awesome. I wouldn't wish
I'll
that
tell
on
y'all what, that bell in the background has been music to my ears all day. It sounds like there are a lot of people buying machines over there.
Yeah, the bell has been ringing like crazy, and the deals are still wonderful. So if you have a chance, please come by tomorrow. We would love to see you. And there's actually still an hour and a half to the festival. So if you want to stop in, the deals are amazing, and machines are flying out of here. So if you're interested, come now.
Honestly, the best deals that you're ever going to get the whole year, everyone knows, is at the Houston International Quilt Festival. So if you've been dreaming of one of these machines, now is the time, especially if you're thinking of it for Christmas, because the supply and demand is just going kind of crazy in the world right now, right?
It really is. We've sold out of a lot of things, but things can still be ordered. Things can still be shipped. So make sure you come in. Fear not. The deals are there. So they end on November 1st, though. So if you are even on the fence about this, make the decision to do it, because the deals are incredible.
Yes, and we will work with you to get you whatever you need. If you need 72 months, 0% financing, or no financing with just a rock bottom special, we are here to make it happen for you. So next up on the docket, we have the new PR 680W 6-needle embroidery machine by Brother. What do you think of the new laser light that's on this machine?
Oh, it's incredible. That cross hatching that's on there. You want to talk about absolute perfect placement. It will make it so easy for you. It's just a breeze to use. And that machine is incredible. I love what Brother has done with this machine. So again, any interest, come on in.
We're AllBrands.com, a family-owned and operated business since 1976. We have locations throughout Louisiana and Texas, and Houston and San Antonio are our Texas locations, but we're looking to expand even more. So hopefully closer to you in the future, and we're looking forward to the future with Brother and AllBrands and the amazing technology that they provide.
Absolutely. We are having such a great time. If nothing else, you can see me sing and dance tomorrow. So yes, so come on in. And if you want to buy a machine, request a song and I will do it for you.
And I got to say thank you to you, Callie. And thank you to everyone who's watching right now. Can we say hey to a few folks?
Yeah, let's say hey to some people. We've got, oh my gosh, we've got so many people. We've got so many people thanking Angela for her awesome demo, giving her some love in the chat. We've got everyone, Robin, Let's see. We've got Marcia saying hey to Jerry. We've got a lot of people saying
Hi,
hey to
Marcia.
Jerry.
How are you?
And Jane loves the mini ears so very much. Let's see. We've got so the Mickey ears
And
too.
Rob
I
has
love
his
them.
Mickey ears on.
Yes. Okay, so we've got Arnell and
Hi, Arnell. How are you? Good to see you.
and we've got Anne watching.
And awesome.
We've got Nilda. Nilda's been watching with us
Nilda.
all day. Absolute trooper.
Oh, hi, Deborah.
Anne is telling us we have to come over to the east side of the U.S. They need us over there. So
give us a call. We can help
Yes.
you out. We sell a lot of brother machines on our website, allbrands.com.
April's over in
Awesome.
Australia watching us today.
You know, I just have to give a quick shout out to Callie. You are doing an amazing job. If you have a voice after all of this, I'll be amazed.
I do. I'm drinking a lot of water. Over here. We got that throat
Now you
coat
just need
too.
Now we just need you to get your ScanNCut out and put your name on that cup.
That's
the next thing to
That's on
do.
the list. That's on the list of projects. I was telling everyone earlier, I am currently trying to do some applique on a Ren Fair costume. Because I decided to do that last minute because I'm
in
me.
my language.
But we're gonna see how that goes, I guess.
All right. So let me go check on Coleen and see if she's ready to go. I think she is.
Yes.
So back to you, Callie, and then we'll transition over to the next demo.
All right.
Thank you, everyone. Again, come on
Awesome.
out. We'd love to see you. There's still deals to be had, machines to be had. So come on out to Houston.
Yes, there's one more day, guys. There's one more day. So if you're there, if you're in the area, walk. Do not run to the George R. Brown convention, or run. Do not walk. See, I got my words confused. I need more caffeine. It's fine. But yes, run. Do not walk to the George R. Brown Convention Center. Come on down.
And we're here ready for you.
Yes, absolutely. So guys, we are going to wait and we're going to go ahead and transition over to Coleen. And I believe Coleen is almost ready. So Coleen is going to be our last live demonstration of the day. So again, let me just reiterate for you guys, our last two demos after Coleen are going to be two virtual demos with Reen Wilcoxson and Heather Banks. Heather Banks is going to be talking about that SE 1900. So if you are curious about that machine, or if you're wondering what you could win with the mask decorating competition, absolutely check out our last demo of the day with Heather. It's going to be awesome, and I hope that you enjoy it. Now, let's see. I think we're almost ready for Coleen. So you guys, I also did want to say, it looks like we are having a bit of a glitch with our mask decorating contest. So I apologize for that. The widget that we are using has glitched out just a little bit. So we need to make sure that all of our entries are on the website. I'm so sorry about that. Facebook and Instagram, they're just not showing up for some reason. And we're trying to get on the line with tech support for them to try and figure that out. But as of now, just go ahead and submit on the website. Please, allbrands.com/mask. If you're going to do that, if you submitted on Facebook and you didn't see your entry in the gallery, submit again, upload your photo to the actual widget on the website below. It's scrolling across the screen right now. So make sure that you're doing that. And now let's go ahead over to Coleen.
What'd you say? Oh. Okay. Hello and welcome, and thanks you for joining us here at the Houston Quilt Festival. I'm Coleen, and I wanted to get you to introduce and meet my beautiful brother, PR680W. So this is a wonderful 6-needle from Brother. It's an exciting machine. It was just released this summer, and it has some really, really tremendous new features that can make you be perfect. And I know you all like to be perfect, and I do too. So let's get started. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to really quickly take you through some of the onboard features, because there's so many features in the machine itself that you won't have to go outside the machine for a lot of the things you're doing. So we're going to touch the screen, and then we're going to stitch. I'm going to show you how it aligns a design. So lots and lots of beautiful designs. We have alphabets. We have the gigantic alphabets. Those are almost 6 inches tall. So those are the big boys right there. And so I'm just going to go back and get rid of that guy. And we're going to come in here and we're going to just choose a little design right here. And we're going to go ahead and set him because I need a design in here to show you some of the features. So right here we have resize. And resizing, I can size it up and down a little bit, about 15 to 20%. But if I go over here and touch size and then touch this icon right here, I get a message and it says, is it okay to reset the pattern? Well, that's because it's actually going to resize it with recalculation of stitches. And it's going to be able to take it down 50% and up 150%. So that's a gigantic change. So that's a really fun thing. And I'm going to just take that down just a little bit because I can. And I'm going to touch OK. So I can rotate it. I can flip it. I can change the density. I can obviously change the colors. This one's kind of a fun thing because you can just take it and you can add patches to it. So you can say, add another one and space them a little further apart. Isn't that convenient how it can do that? And you can, of course, fill the entire page with those if you needed to for patches or badges. We'll come back to that in just a minute because there's another pretty cool trick in there. So I'm going to break that apart and delete that one. There we go. Whoops, I got rid of them both. Didn't mean to do that. That's okay. I'll just bring them back. This one is copy paste. This one is grouping. This one would align them automatically. And my favorite, turn it into an applique. So you have the cloud shape, which means it fits everything. Or then you have additional shapes for any kind of patch or badge that you would like to create. So we're going to go back to the cloud shape and tell it to set that. And there it is. You've got an applique patch. Just like that, it added all 3 steps. So it'll do the tracing line, the positioning line, and the satin stitch around it. Now, I don't really need an applique right now, so I'm going to cancel that and go right ahead. There we go. There we go. Now, the next one is stippling. So maybe you wanted to quilt around your object. Well, let me show you how challenging that is. Touch stippling, and it added the stippling. Is that amazing? So we're going to go ahead and cancel the stippling, and we're going to turn on echo quilting. And notice that I can space that echo quilting closer or further apart, whatever I want to do. I don't really want echo quilting, so I'm going to cancel that. And let's go ahead to our next page. This one is auto-based, so it's going to hold your object in place if you didn't want to hoop it or couldn't hoop it because it was too small. This one is one of my new best friends because you can go in and you can delete something out of a design. So I'm going to come down here now and I'm going to touch the first of my applique stitches. And the first one, there we go, and I'm going to delete it. And the second one, and delete it. Now I've gotten rid of my entire applique. You can also delete colors out of a design to make it change. And I think I have a sample I can show you in a minute. So I'm going to tell it okay. This is my fondest favorite. This one would turn it all into one color. So let me tell you what's so cool about my fondest favorite. Here I have a scrub. And you can see that I didn't really hoop that very well, did I? It's a wee bit off of straight, isn't it? Would you be happy if I embroidered your shirt crooked? No, you'd be really mad at me. Understand. So that's why the machine has to take care of me here. So what I did is I have the scrub pocket in here and I hooped it crooked. And I have a little chalk line that I'm going to use for my alignment line because I want it spaced just above that.
So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to go right through the neck hole and slide it into place. And there we go. So now I'm going to touch that icon. Now it's already selected because I've done this before. It's already selected the bottom, but I can choose any alignment point that I want. Now above the pocket, the most logical is the bottom, right? So I'm going to choose that, and then I'm going to pick another point. And I can pick horizontal or vertical. Now in my case, I want to be horizontal because I'm above a pocket. But if I was going up the side of a shirt, I would want vertical, correct? Or pant leg, I would want vertical. But I'm happy with this one, so I'm going to touch next. Now here's where the magic begins, and we have to see if Robert can get in on my hoop here. And what's going to happen is I'm going to drive my laser line right up to my chalk line. And I'm just going to use my little move it keys right here till I get pretty close. And then I'm going to go over a bit. Now the center point of the crosshair is right on where the T is, correct? That hasn't done anything to my design yet, so I'm going to do one more step. Now this time, I'm not in alignment again, am I? It's okay. I'm going to take my crosshair and I'm going to move it up to the chalk line. Now the chalk here is again right on the cross line, correct? Now you need to watch the screen to see what's going to happen. When I push set, oh no, the pattern is outside the embroidery area. So I'll fix that for you. I'll have to make it smaller. But what would happen is it's going to be perfect. Now, I don't know how that guy got so big because I've used him before, but we'll choose a little tiny one this time. Let's see. Let's choose this. I might have messed with it too much when I was playing. I'm not sure. There we go. So we know this step. We know this step. We're going to drive our arrow right up and over. We're going to go to next. We're going to drive our arrow up again. We're going to touch set. And can you see what's happened to him on the screen? Can you see how he's tilted? So he's actually been changed by almost 18 degrees. Wow. That's how badly I hooped. But when it goes to stitch, it will stitch perfectly. And that just never ceases to amaze me. Because I'm a person who has trouble getting them in straight. So this just makes my heart really, really happy. And I have a few that I've finished. So I'm going to put this down out of the way. And I'm going to clear off my screen. And I'm going to show you some samples. We'll stitch one in a minute. So let's take this and put it right back here. So I've got a bunch of samples in here to show you some fun things. First of all, let me show you some caps. Is that fun? Nice, big, bold letters. The cap driver kit is coming with it during the show. I think it's a pretty amazing cap. And you can see the letters are so clean and so crisp. I have one over here and I have one over here. So I've got plenty of caps to take a peek at. There's another one. And they call this the grunge cap. I did some different styles so that you could just see in different looks. This flat brim cap is very, very popular with the younger set, and they will pay big bucks. So I'll tell you a little secret. My grandson went out and he bought one of these at the mall, the flat brim cap with some lettering on it, and he paid $52. I didn't have the heart to tell him that Grandma could buy that cap for $4 and add the lettering because I didn't want him to feel bad. So this is a fun thing. This is a hoop that is not included, but it is a wonderful hoop to have, and I love it. And this is called the sleeve hoop. And it's wonderful for doing sleeves. Now, the way Brother does things, is when they design a hoop, they build it for what they want it for. So, goodness gracious. So, this was the sleeve hoop, and they designed it to do sleeves perfectly. But guess what? You can use it on a pants leg. You can use it on a baby onesie. You can use it on a shirt front. You can use it on anything that you want. So just because they call it the sleeve frame, that doesn't mean anything at all. You use it for what you think is best. I had to bring a little Halloween because we're so close to Halloween. Isn't that fun? I think you can probably hear the music and the partying. We're getting towards the end of the day. So I love to put things on a backpack. This is just a simple backpack to take to school. And what I've done is I've used genuine pleather. You know what that is, right? It's fake leather for those that don't know. But look at how beautiful the football looks. It looks like a real item. And it's fun to carry. So these backpacks are really nice to keep track of the stuff for school and just to have to carry to football practice and keep your dirty clothes in or whatever. It's nice to have a little logo or a number or a nickname or something on there so that they get home with their own dirty clothes in their own bag. I mean, seriously, you know how they are. Now, there's a couple other things that we can do. I showed you how hard it was to do an applique. You have to touch the button and you get an applique. So here's an applique on the hat. And what I love about the applique is that then when you turn it down, it still looks pretty. So the inside is still pretty. Isn't that nice? But you have that beautiful applique and it makes it pop out from the hat and not look all stretched or distorted. So I love applique for so many things. I use it a lot of times on garments. I found it very useful for children because sometimes they'll like what you did so much that they'll want it again. And you can take that applique off and put it on the next size shirt. I did make this applique. Thank you for asking that. This is on, again, fake leather because I love it, which machine washes and dries. So yes, I did make my own appliques. I'm going to just throw that one aside for a second. And that one too. That one too. So I want to show you a big one because there is another hoop that is available that makes the big designs. You stitch the top half and then the bottom half. So let me explain. The machine comes with 4 hoops. So it's the machine, the hoops, 1.5 by 2.5, 4 by 4, 5 by 7, and 8 by 12. So this one's a little bit bigger than that, but you do half, you turn the shirt around and you do the second half. And it marries it together in the software. So isn't that beautiful? These are on the Brother website. Brother has a proprietary website called iBroidery.com. So if you have a Brother machine, you can go to iBroidery.com and purchase designs for your machines. So that's pretty exciting. This one I thought was kind of different and fun. The zipper's over here. And I thought, well, how am I going to do that? Well, it's real easy with this guy because the connection points on the hoop are on the top. So I just had to slide the bottom hoop in and hoop it and stitch my embroidery. Isn't that nice? It's really elegant. And this is, of course, one of the built-ins. So it's really simple to do. Now, this one, you see my quilting pattern? Looks like Christmas trees or pine trees. So in our software, we have a companion software called PE Design 11. And in our software, you can create your own quilt backgrounds. There's a whole program on how to do it. It's really easy. It's a lot of fun. And then you can have any background that you want. You just have to draw it in. Now, since I don't have any skill, I trace the first one in because that's my skill. And then I copy and paste it. But I had so much fun making these different fills. So that's how that happened. This is another applique. I love to show the appliques. And in this case, the applique is because if you tried to put a monogram on stripes, you can't see it. It'll be lost. So by putting it on the bag on an applique patch, now it pops. So there's lots of reasons for appliques, and I showed you how hard it is to do on the machine. You do have to touch the icon to have that happen. Now this guy, this guy's one of my favorites. Isn't that just the cutest ever? So I was walking into a store one day with this in my hand. Now I'm smart enough though with carry one. I'm just going to tell you straight up, I'm that smart. So this little girl comes up to me and she says, "Can I see that?" And of course, it was her size. And she says, "I really, really love that." And I said, "Oh, there's just one boot, but you have 2 feet, so it won't work." So she borrowed the boot, skipped off to Grandma at the front of the sewing machine store. And Grandma told me later on that she was buying the 6 needles so that she could do a boots. Oh. Not my fault that they live in snow country. Shame. I feel really guilty. No, I don't. I don't look like I feel guilty, do I? No, I don't. There's no guilt at all in my heart. So, and I carry this one inside. So baby shoes. So you could put the date of their first step, you could put their birth date, you could put, there's so many things that you can put on a baby shoe, and these are so easy. Now, did I use a standard hoop? No. I used the shoe clamp, hello. So they have a special hoop for shoes. Is that fun? Can you even think about writing baby's first steps on it? Or their initials? And as they get older, you can just put right and left. You know? So they get them on the right foot. Yeah. You ever seen kids? I taught first grade a lot of years, and they would always have them on the wrong feet. So if you just put the design where the designs are both on the inside or both on the outside, doesn't matter what design it is, then they know. That makes life simpler, and I'm all about making them happy and simple, right? Let's see, what else do I have time to show you? How am I doing? Oh, not too good. All right. These 2 things I'll show you really quickly. This little fellow right here is a new hoop that's available. And what it does is this laundry bag is this long. So it's a huge long laundry bag. So what this does, it keeps everything right here in the top. So if you're doing a tote bag with straps or a long laundry bag or anything like that that's cumbersome and wants to try to get away from you, this will keep it contained. And I had Robert help me earlier today as he stuffed this all in here. And it's a lot, but it was so quick and easy, and now it's no problem to embroider. This you can actually take on the machine. And you simply take off the magnets, pull the bag off, slide the hoop back in, or slide the bag back in, next bag, and put the magnets on. Now, someone asked me in the front row, she said, "I have rheumatoid arthritis. I don't think I can do those magnets." So I handed it out to her, and because this was a lift release, the lift releases the magnet, so she had no trouble at all. So pretty cool, don't you think? Oh, I have 1 minute. Oh, okay. 1 minute. Okay, I was going to... That's not What is it? So in my 1 minute, I want to show you something. I brought a hoop, and I hooped my design. I hooped my fabric. It's this cute little drawstring bag, and I'm going to tuck it in here in the machine, and I'm going to touch B for brother, set, edit end, embroider. What color? Black? Sure. Black sun spool number 4. And lock and go. Now, while that's stitching, you can. Is that cool? Now, while that's stitching, I guess I did not choose black. It looks like I chose another color. Oh, well. These are just fun little bags. I bought them at the discount store. They're water resistant. I went into the pocket so that I could keep the water resistance. And on this one, I just put the little earth symbol. On this one, I ended up putting a C. Does anybody in here have a name that starts with C? Both of you. Oh, she got her hand up first, though, I think. So that will be, what's your name? Carolyn gets it. Or I could just keep it for me. No, I'm just kidding. Do you have any questions while this finishes stitching? No questions? That either means I did a really good job or a really bad job, which is, this is a 6 needle. And the machine will change threads as it goes from needle to needle. So when it's doing something like this, it just uses whatever needle it needs because it knows where the colors are. And if it needs them again, sometimes in a color you'll have black and then white and then black again. It knows it'll do black, it'll do white, and then it'll come back and do black again. It's really, really smart. And it just did a tie off and a cut. So I'm going to pull it out, unhoop it.
All right, guys. So it looks like we may have lost Colleen's mic on there, but that's okay. She's just answering some questions. And if you guys have any questions at all, feel free to drop them down in the chat and we can try and answer those for you. So guys, that was our last demo, our last live demo of the day. We still have 2 more, so don't worry. We've got 2 more. We've got one from Reen Wilcoxson of Embroidery Garden. She was kind enough to pre-record a video with us. And we also have Heather Banks is going to be demonstrating right after Reen. She has a great pre-recorded demo on the SE 1900. So I'm really excited for you all to see that. But as just a way to wrap up, what an incredible Saturday at the Houston Quilt Festival this has been. I know this isn't quite like physically being there. If you've been to Houston, I'm sure you know just how different it is than doing this. But this has been such a fantastic day. I really hope that you all have enjoyed this so very much. We've got some brother educators in the chat here to answer some questions. But guys, thank you. Thank you for sticking with us. We have broadcast today for so long, but don't go away because we've got 2 more demos. They're just pre-recorded. So if you want to stick around and watch those, absolutely do that. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to play Reen's demo right now. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in to all of our live coverage of the Houston Quilt Festival. This segment is being pre-recorded, so unfortunately we won't be able to answer any of your questions live on the air with Reen, but if you do have any questions, we will be able to answer them in the chat. So with me today, I have Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and we are going to be showing you a really fantastic demo on the Brother Luminaire. Reen, I will just let you take it away.
Thanks, Callie. Hi, everyone. I'm Reen Wilcoxson from Embroidery Garden, and today I'm going to show you a couple things. I am going to show you how to do this cute in the hoop. I'm going to call it a machine mat. You can put it underneath your machine so that the machine kind of rests on the top part, and a little pocket down here could catch thread scraps. It could hold some notions for you, scissors, etc. But what we're going to do is we're going to learn about this type of quilting that is referred to as edge to edge, end to end, all over. There are different names for it, but there are two built-in edge to edge type of designs on the Luminaire or the Luminaire 2. If you have the Luminaire and you've upgraded it with the Kit 2, you would have these two quilting designs. And then after I get done showing you how to line them up, I'm going to go into my design center and I'm going to show you how to turn it into this in the hoop little machine mat. So let's go over what I'm going to be using. I'm going to be using the Luminaire XP2. I am going to be using the Dime Snap Hoop Monster. This is their magnetic hoop. I'm using, this one is the 9.5 by 14. I'm going to be using some Dime Stabilizer. This is their no-show stabilizer. It's a lightweight, soft cutaway. I'm going to be using Exquisite Thread. I'm using a 7511 needle and a pre-wound bobbin. You can see I've already gone ahead and I have stitched the first half of this quilting design. And the reason I did that is, one, for time, and two, because if you are working on a whole quilt, you're not going to sit down and do it all in one sitting. You're going to have to stop the machine and, you know, come back to it another day. So the idea is going to be how you line this up. We're not actually doing a quilt today. I am quilting fabric. If I have time later on, I'm going to show you a project that I've been working on that is an actual quilt that I've been doing this technique on, that has a backing and has batting and has a top. So let's go to the machine to see how we're going to do this. I'm going to change my camera. All right, so we're over here at the machine, and let me just get my hoop brought over here. Wake the machine up. So to find these quilting designs I'm referring to, we are in embroidery mode on the machine. I'm going to hit category 1, and I'm going to scroll all the way over to the very last category, number 15. And if you scroll all the way down, remember this is on a Luminaire 2, or if you have upgraded your machine from a 1 to a 2, you're going to find these two quilting designs down here. Let's just look at both of them. This one is kind of a feathery looking design, very pretty. I could see it being used on almost any type of quilt. I'm going to today use this little cute sewing themed quilting motif. So let's first let me go ahead and hit set so we can see it really large. So the whole idea of these types of designs are, it has a starting point, and this one, it starts over here, and then it's going to stitch the design and it's going to end over here. And what you do is you take these designs and then you match them up so that they look like an all over quilting pattern when you're finished. And with the Luminaire, it's really easy to do because you have certain features of the Luminaire that are going to help you. So what I'm going to show you now is I'm going to show you how to bring in that other pattern to line it up here. And this is where I stopped. And you're going to notice I have a long tail, a thread tail. You want that. So we're going to get ready to line up this new design with the one that I've already stitched. So the first thing I have to do is this design, if you look up here, it's come in at almost 10 by 15. So it's for the big hoop. What's really great about these built-in designs are that you can edit them. So let's click edit. And on this one, I'm going to resize it because I'm just quilting fabric. If I were doing a whole quilt, this size would be perfect because I could do some simple math and figure out how many hoopings I would need to go across my quilt and to go down my quilt. But on this project that I'm doing today, I'm going to resize it and I'm going to use this button right here to resize. This is the resize button that is going to regenerate the stitches. Now this just is a running stitch design, but I'm going to go ahead and use it. And the machine is asking me to reset the pattern to its original size and position. I'm going to hit OK. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to resize it. And I'm just going to take this design down all the way, as far down as I can get it, as small as it'll go. And the machine will tell you when you've reached that point. And I reached the point right there. Hear the knock, knock? That means it won't go any smaller. So for this particular design, I need to rotate it for the project that I'm working on. So let's go back up to Edit. And I'm going to rotate. Whoops, I hit the wrong one. That's all right. My mouse is being a little crazy here. I'll reset it. And I'm going to rotate 90 to the left. And let me just touch it here. My mouse is being a little crazy on me today. Okay, so I have it where I need it according to size and position. So I'll hit OK. And now I need to line it up with the design that I've already stitched. Now again, remember it's going to start stitching here and it's going to end up here. So let's hit embroidery and get ready to stitch. And I'm going to use the projector. The projector is this cone-shaped little icon. And what it's doing is it's going to project this design down onto my hoop. Okay, now this is where I left off. And let's see if I can't get a little better angle for you here. Let's see, I think you're going to be able to see this. So you could, I'm going to have to move the design up some. I keep moving it up until I need to find that starting position. And I believe it's coming up, and there it is. You can see where the design is actually going to start stitching is right here. And I need to line this point up with where I ended. And I see that the light, it's a little hard to see. I do need to move it up. And hopefully you can see it. I know it is a little, there's glare. I got a real sunny day today, but I'm trying to line up that start point with where I ended. And it looks like I'm right there. And here you can see my tail, and then you can see the start point on the next design. Let me just move the camera back. And now that I have it lined up, what I like to do is use the advanced stitch key and advance the design one step. This is where it's going to start. And I can look and I can see if I'm exactly lined up by pressing needle down. And it looks like I am exactly where I need to be. So what I'm going to do, I press needle down, I press needle up. And what I'm doing is I'm bringing up my bobbin thread. So I've got my bobbin thread, my top thread, and then this is my thread that I ended with. You want all these to be on the top side of the hoop, because what we're going to do is after it's done stitching, I'm going to thread a needle with these tails, and I'm going to take it to the back side. Now, again, this project isn't a quilt, meaning there is no backing on it. Right now, there is no fabric down here on the bottom. But if you were doing an actual quilt, you would have backing fabric on, and you would want to bring the tails to the back side, knot them off, and bury them in the layers. One thing I want to do also, and let me show you this on the machine, come back. You want to turn your cutter off. So, meaning when this machine, when the design starts or stops, you want the cutter to be turned off, and it's going to be in color trim. Just click it so that it's not highlighted, because you want those long tails. you don't want the machine to knot and cut the tails so that it leaves a knot on the back side. You want your back side to look as nice as the front side does. So I'm going to turn you back to the machine because we're getting ready now to stitch this step. I'm going to lower the foot, press the button, and it's going to start stitching. Keep that little thread out of the way a little bit. And it's going to go and it's going to stitch the top half of the design. So we'll let this stitch. And then we're going to go into my design center, which is kind of the built-in digitizing part of the machine. My design center is on the Luminaire. It's on the 10 needle, and I believe it's on a few of the other top-of-the-line Brother machines. You can see that this design is like it's an actual quilting design. It's doing a running stitch, and it's continuous, and it's going to end up looking really cute. I think the sewing motif is a really cute little design. It can be used on so many things. So if you were doing a large quilt, you could size these two built-in designs on the Luminaire to whatever size you needed so that you could do some simple math and resize the quilting file so that it would fit your quilt perfectly going across the width and going top to bottom. That's why I like using these two built-in designs, because you had that option of changing the size on them. It only takes a couple minutes for these designs to stitch. If you were doing a large quilt, after this portion got done stitching, you would line up your next file and go ahead and stitch it. While this is finished stitching, I think I will change the camera, and I'm going to show you kind of what I mean by when I say lining up another file. All right, so this is a project I've been working on. It's a little fall quilt, and I've been doing this type of quilting on it. I've been using the die magnetic hoop. Let me just kind of hold it up here a little bit for you. And you can probably see, let's find where I ended. I ended right over here. Here, let's see, where's my tail at that I ended? Here it is. So again, this is my tail that I ended, this file here. Now I'm ready to line up my next file. I like to print them out sometimes just so that, you know, it gives me an idea of how it's going to get laid out. But I would just re-hoop this again in my magnetic hoop, line up where the next file starts with where I ended, and stitch this file, then go unhoop, line it up again, and continue stitching. Let me show you the back. That's where you can really see the quilting on this. Hopefully you can see it. So it's these little sunflowers that I've been stitching on here. I've been using Cuddle Minky on the back side, and it's just, it looks beautiful. You can't even tell where I stopped and started on this. So this is kind of what I'm talking about to do if you are doing a quilt. We are doing a small little project today. Any one of the AllBrands booths can help you. The Brother educators can show you more of this in depth and answer a lot of the questions that you have. Let's go back to the machine and see what's going on with what I've been stitching. All right, so the file is done stitching. I've got the second one. You're going to notice that I didn't cut the tails because the machine, I told it not to. So I'm just going to leave a long tail here. And if I were doing a quilt, again, whoops, If I were doing a quilt, I would line my next file up here and then quilt it. And that's how easy this is to do, especially with the projector that's built in on the machine. But we're going to take this and we're going to turn it into that little in the hoop project. I will take a needle and thread and thread these tails and bring them to the back side. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't have my glasses on and it would take me a while to do it. So we're just going to pretend that I threaded these tails and I pulled them to the back side of the hoop and knotted them off. So let's get ready now to turn this into our little mat, our in the hoop project that we're going to use our quilted fabric on. So let's go back to the screen of the machine. I'm going to hit OK because I'm finished embroidering. Go back to the little house that takes me home, asking me to cancel what's on the screen. That's OK. Okay, so to make our mat, we're going to go into my design center. This is the digitizing part of the machine. It's the built-in kind of auto digitizing section. And we're going to make the in the hoop part that's going to stitch the mat together. So let's look at our mat again, and you're going to see it's a big rectangle, how it got stitched together. So I need a shape. Let's go into shapes, and I'm going to pick a square, and I'm going to hit OK. Now I did a little measuring to determine how big of a rectangle that I need to stitch my mat together. And let's go into size to get that size figured out. It needs to be about 9¼ inches wide. So I'm going to use the button that's going to make it larger. And I'm watching that bottom number because I want to get to 925. Almost there. There 925 is the width. That's the bottom number. The height, I needed that to be at about 11.65. And okay, I'm there. I'm going to hit OK. Now, it defaults to a zigzag stitch. You can see the big zigzag up there. I don't want my mat to be sewn together with a zigzag. So I'm going to hit that zigzag, and it takes me to the line properties. What I want is a running stitch, and that's the second icon here. I'm going to change to a green color only so that you can see the change that's going to happen. To apply that running stitch, I need to hit the bucket that's under the line properties and then touch the rectangle that I created, and it turned green. So now the stitch will stitch all the way around, and we need an opening so that we can turn it to the right side when it's finished. So I'm going to make an opening by using the eraser. When the eraser opens up, it gives you two choices. You could have a round eraser or a square. I'll just use a square. You can make the eraser larger if you want. I'll just make it a little bit larger so maybe you can see it a little bit better. And so I'm going to make my opening at the top. So I'm just going to take my finger and erase what I think looks like a good opening. I'm going to hit OK. So now this is ready to stitch out. I'm going to hit next. On this screen, if I wanted to, I could edit this. Let's say, for example, I wanted a triple stitch maybe to stitch this together. I could hit edit, then the triple stitch, and hit OK, and it would change it for me. Now it's we're done with this. We're ready to move on. When you hit set, it tells you that it's going to convert the embroidery pattern, and we're going to leave my design center, and it's asking you if that's okay. Down here at the bottom, I'm going to hit OK. And now I'm on the embroidery part of the machine. So we're going to get ready to embroider this. I hit embroidery. Now, how do I know that this rectangle that I created it's going to stitch where it needs to. We're going to use the projector again. So I'm going to hit the cone. It's going to project this big rectangle onto the screen. I'm going to drag the box down here to the bottom so that I can see where it lines up. And let's see if I can get you to be able to see where it lines up. So this green line, this straight line, it's right here. You can see it's kind of high. I mean, I need it to be just a little bit above those ending lines right there, my thread tails. So I'm going to use my arrow buttons and I'm going to move the pattern down. See how it came down? I can bring it down as much as I need it to be. I just want to make sure that my stitch line, and it kind of goes a little crazy with the colors when you get close to it like this. But my stitch line now is right here. My thread tails are below it, so I know that I'm good. I'm going to use the box, and I'm moving the box all the way up to the top because I want to make sure that this little ending area up here is not going to be seen when the design gets done stitching, when it stitches it all together. So it looks like it's going to be good. I'm hitting OK. But wait, I want a pocket. And I'm going to try to move this a little bit closer so that you can see it. So to add a pocket, all I did was I took a folded piece of fabric, the same width as the fabric I have in the hoop. I folded it wrong sides together and pressed it, and that's going to be my pocket. I could use either side. I like this side better. And I'm going to place it really wherever I want, just knowing that my stitch line, when it stitches it together, is about right here. So I need to have this end of the fabric, the raw edge, so that make sure that it's going to be caught by the stitch line. And that looks like it's going to be good. All I need is one more piece of fabric, and this will lay right side down over the top of the hoop. Let me just get it over there. And remember, we would have taken these thread tails and threaded them in a needle and brought them to the back side. This is all nice and smooth, and I'm ready to stitch. So I'm just going to push the go button, and it's going to stitch all the way around in a running stitch, and it's going to leave an opening there at the top of the hoop, and that's how we're going to turn this to the right side. So this is one that I stitched previously, the exact same way. I've taken it out of the hoop. I trimmed around it. I trimmed a 1/4 inch past the stitching all the way around. There's my 1/4 inch. I left it longer at my opening because I'm going to have some fabric to be able to turn in and hide it. And I clip my corners diagonally to get the bulk out of them. All I have to do is reach inside. And I will show you on this one, there's where I brought those thread tails to the back and knotted them off. And I'm just going to turn this. I'm going to get my little tool that I like to poke my corners out. And our little project is going to be done. Let me try and see if I can't get you to see that quilting file there. See how nicely it lined up. Once I turn my raw edges in, I can close them with hand sewing. I can close them with fusible tape. It's not really going to matter. Get all those threads down inside and give it a nice press. And you can see I have my little mat with my pocket here to put notions or anything in. And that's really how easy it is to create something like this in the hoop and with an all over type of quilting design.
All right, guys. So that was it. That was Reen Wilcoxson showing us that really awesome sewing machine mat with the pocket with the XP2. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you learned something, and I hope you make that at home. I think that is super cute, and I will probably be doing that with my upgraded XP1 at home once all of the Quilt Fest coverage is done. But guys, that brings us to our final demonstration of the day. But before we get started on that demo, I just want to thank you all so very much for watching. We still have plenty of people watching at home, and I appreciate it so very much. You all have been an absolute joy to bring the Houston Quilt Festival to today. And I hope that this has filled a Houston Quilt Festival shaped hole in your heart like it has with me. This has been absolutely awesome. So thank you all so very much for watching, and stay tuned for this next demo. And then we are going to go, we're going to go off the air after that, but we got one more, and this is about the SE 1900. Now, this is the machine you can win if you win the mass competition. So if you are curious about what that machine can do, now is the time for you to look into that. So let me go ahead and bring Heather's demo on.
Hi from the AllBrands booth at Quilt Festival. I'm Heather Banks, one of your brother educators, and in this session, I'll be demonstrating the SE 1900, a combination sewing and embroidery machine. Are you looking for a conveniently sized combo machine with lots of bells and whistles? Stick around. Brothers SE 1900 is a combination sewing and embroidery machine. It's high quality, sturdy, and you can use it within minutes of taking it out of the box. Who might want to get one? Well, if space is at all a concern, this machine fits beautifully on a desk or table. Or maybe you only have room for one machine and it needs to be a combination machine. If you are ready for a second embroidery machine or you want to increase your business size, this would be a wonderful machine to add. If you love to travel and sew when you go on a trip, maybe you have an RV or you stay in a hotel room, this machine will fit beautifully in the back seat of your car or a cupboard, and who doesn't love to sew on vacation? And finally, if you are new to embroidery, this would be a great way to be introduced to embroidery while still owning a sewing machine. Let's take a look at everything that comes with the SE 1900, the sewing and embroidery machine combo. In addition to the main body and the embroidery arm, you'll find a wide assortment of tools, from needles to screwdrivers to thread caps, an extra bobbin case, and a wide assortment of feet for sewing. A 5x7 embroidery hoop is also included with this machine. This machine includes a buttonhole foot and a foot for sewing on buttons, a blind hem foot, a general sewing foot, a zipper foot, a monogramming foot, and an overcasting foot. The alternative bobbin case can be used for experimenting with different weights of bobbin thread. This bobbin case is easily identifiable with the purple dot on the center. This case includes an adjustable screw for changing tension depending on the type of thread you're using. Let's remove the sewing table with the fold-out storage tray and attach the embroidery arm. The embroidery arm slides into place where the sewing table was located. You should hear it click into place, and then you'll know it's attached. Now that the embroidery arm is on, we can turn on the machine. There is a full color touch screen on the SC1900. There are 138 built-in embroidery designs. This is a nice feature because not only does it allow you to see the design in detail, it also lets you see just how much room the design will take in each hoop size. This is a 5x7 hoop, and you can see how much room the design will take up. If I were to use a 4x4 hoop or a 4" by 4" hoop, this is how much room the design would take up in this hoop. It is too large for the very smallest 1.5 by 2" hoop, so this hoop is actually grayed out. As you can see, as you scroll through the designs, there are a variety from seasonal to floral to animals. In addition, there is a floral alphabet. Now you are able to do editing on screen of your embroidery designs. You can resize, move them around, rotate. Let's take a look at some of these. You can use the arrows to move your design up and down, but you can also just use your finger or stylus to move the designs around on the screen. You can resize them. They will automatically resize to the highest and lowest point at which the density will still be perfect, at which point they will still stitch out. So you don't have to worry that you may be making your designs too large or too small. They will also rotate. You can do them in increments of 1 degree, 10 degrees, 90 degrees. You can also mirror image your designs and then delete and start over. So let's go ahead and look at how we can combine designs. Let's choose a design to put on the screen. There are applique designs as well built into the machine. So here, this is an applique. Let's move forward and look at how that works. So here on the screen, you can see this looks a little different than your normal embroidery color because we will have a placement stitch, a tack down stitch, and a finishing stitch. But let's say this was going to be our design. We can add, and let's say we wanted to add a monogram or a name. Let's do a monogram and set that on the screen. So then we can move these around and basically we're able to add or combine designs. We can also change thread color. So you can see here that my monogram is highlighted, and I can change it to different colors that are available on the screen. And this will give me a different look so I can see exactly what I'm going to get. If I press the magnify key, I can magnify my design up to 300%, which really allows me to see the details. So this is what our design would look like stitched out. If we go ahead and take this back to the 100%, and you'll see here there is a pocket with a red arrow. This allows us to save the design. So we can save to the machine or we can save to a USB flash drive. There is a flash drive port on this machine. So you can import designs into your machine using your flash drive or save. Let's go to the end of our embroidery. So basically what this means is we are finished editing. There is another feature here, and this is the trace or outline button. And when we press this, this will do an outline. It will move the embroidery arm around so that you're able to see exactly how much space this design will take up into your hooped fabric. Let's move to our embroidery screen because we're all complete with everything that we want to do to make changes. Okay, now that we're at the final screen, you have some information here at the top. The screen will show you how many stitches there are to be complete in this project, how long it will take to stitch, and the number of thread changes. In case of a broken stitch or needing to change a bobbin thread, you can also move backwards and forwards in your stitches. So if I were to push this number, you can see I know exactly how far into my design I am. Okay, let's begin stitching so you can see exactly how this machine works. Before we begin stitching, let me show you how you can thread this machine. Brother embroidery machines have a numbered system. The numbers are printed on the exterior of the machine. So I'm just following the numbers through. When I get to the end, I'll go behind the needle bar, and then I'll finish by coming in front of the machine and cutting off the tail of the thread. Now this machine uses the lever that you see on the left side of the machine to thread. So I will lower my presser foot and then press the lever down. And that's all that's needed to thread the machine. Let's look at that a little bit closer. Okay, I bring the thread in the front of the machine, cut off the tail, lower the presser foot, and press the lever on the side. And that's all that's necessary to thread the machine. It works wonderfully if seeing something as small as an eye of a needle is difficult and there's no need to lick the ends of your thread and attempt to get that right in that small eye. I know I very much appreciate this feature. Let's begin stitching. I'll lower the presser foot and then press the start button. I've changed out the embroidery foot for the J foot so that we can begin sewing. Changing the feet on a Brother machine is simple. Simply press the button in the back to release the foot and slide the new foot underneath. Now that we're on the sewing side of the machine, you can see the sewing stitches are up on the screen. There are 240 built-in sewing stitches and 10 different types of buttonholes. This is the main selection screen for stitches. In the top 5 categories are what are known as the utility stitches. These include buttonholes. They include just the regular straight stitch with a left justified needle and a right justified needle. This is a stem stitch for sewing knits. You'll find your zigzag stitches and basting stitches, a variety of stitches for overcasting your seam edges. If you garment sew, you don't have to have a serger. You can simply use these stitches along with the accompanying foot to finish off your edges. There are also stitches that have the letter P next to them, or Q, and these are for piecing and quilting. And the features of these stitches have been specially designed for quilting. The settings for each stitch are located at the top. The width and length can be changed right here. The left and right shift will allow you to move the needle back and forth, and of course you can change the tension. You'll notice as we change to a different stitch that the width and length change to the pre-programmed number and also tell you the foot that is recommended. Here is a basic blanket stitch like you might use for applique. There is a preset width and length, however you can easily change these. You will see on the left that the stitch changes so that you can visually see exactly what the stitch will look like when you're finished. These are our character decorative stitches. They tend to be our decorative, larger stitches that you might use for a variety of fun extras. There's some very large stitches. You can combine stitches, as you see right here. And then you can see what that looks like as well. There are even small lettering options, so you can spell out a name or personalize even on the sewing side. As you can see, there are a lot of on-screen editing options on the sewing side, just like there are on the embroidery side. As with all Brother machines, we also can see that there is something we call My Custom Stitch. My Custom Stitch allows you to create your own stitches and make your own designs for sewing. So you can see here, just in those few quick options that I chose, I created my own unique stitch. And this is something only Brother machines have. It's called My Custom Stitch. Let's do some sewing so you can see exactly how great this sewing machine is. Let's begin by sewing a basic straight stitch. I'll lower my presser foot. I'll do a tie off at the end of my stitch and begin stitching. Now this is being stitched at the presets, so I haven't made any adjustments. Now I have a scissors button so I can automatically cut and stop stitching. And then you're able to see the quality of the stitches. Let's do something a little more exciting. Let's try a zigzag stitch, and we will make this one wider. So we'll take this up to about 6.5 millimeters in width and begin stitching. Now you could use the zigzag stitch for applique. You could use it also for finishing off the edges of your garments when stitching as well. I'm going to go ahead and cut this stitch so you can check it out. Lift our presser foot and compare it to the straight stitch. So again, that is a very high quality, very uniform wide zigzag stitch. What about the decorative stitches? So let's go ahead and try one of those. Now this is stitch 7-05, and notice that the machine is actually using the motor to step sideways. It does this automatically. There's no adjustments necessary on your part. And let's take a look at what that looks like. It's actually a very pretty decorative stitch. Again, very uniform. The stitches are nice and consistent. Let's try a different decorative stitch. This is stitch 806, and it is a satin stitch decorative stitch. I'm going to go ahead and speed up the machine. And cut the thread so you can see what this looks like. If you want to make buttonholes, but you're a little uncertain about how to do it, this machine makes buttonholes simple. I'll lower the lever on the side of the machine, and then I've selected my buttonhole, and I'll simply press go. And that is a beautiful buttonhole that was simple and fast. Let's put on the overcasting foot. So I might use the overcasting foot to finish the edge of a seam. And here you can see that this has done a really nice job finishing off the edge of this seam. So if you want to finish your seam allowances in your garment sewing and you don't have a serger, or you just prefer not to get it out because you want to use something that's handy and available, this would work really well. This notebook cover was embroidered on cork using the SE 1900. I combined two designs. This is built into the machine, as is this lettering font. And you can see how very nice this turned out. It would make a great gift or a simple project just for yourself to have a place to put your notes. And again, this is on a cork and was embroidered with the 1900. This is an example of something that you could make as well. So these are buttonhole stitches that have been sewn in a row, and then ribbon was interspersed between the buttonholes. This is a set of decorative stitches. I combined two different decorative stitches, just like I showed you you can do with this machine, to create very simple, pretty edging. And then I used a built-in embroidery font to finish the child's bib. With the 240 built-in sewing stitches and 138 embroidery stitches, you'll be creating in no time. And don't forget to visit AllBrands either online or in person at Quilt Festival for this special and so many others.
All right, you guys. So that was our last live demonstration for today. What a Saturday this has been. I really hope that you guys have had fun. And if you haven't yet and you still would like to, there's plenty of time to make it out to Houston to the Quilt Festival tomorrow. We will be there all day. We'll be there from 10:30 a.m. to about 3 p.m. So you still have time to take advantage of the deals that we have if you are looking to do that. Another thing that I wanted to say is these deals end November 1st. So once they're gone, they're gone. That's it. That's it. So please do not miss out. We have so much going on. Enter the giveaways if you would like to do that. This has been an absolutely amazing day, and I hope that you have enjoyed it. So for today, this is AllBrands signing off. Please check out our specials online at allbrands.com/quiltfest. Follow us on social media. Get notifications when we go live tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. and come back and see us. This has been a fantastic day. Thank you all again so very much for tuning in and sticking with us throughout the technical difficulties and all the fun we've had today. And we will see you again tomorrow. All right. Bye, everybody.